Hello, dear friends. So glad you could join us at Proxima What If. Today's narrative adventure is titled, What If Harry Was Wednesday's twin brother who used necromancy to petrify Dumbledore at age 11? We put our heart into every story we share. If you appreciate our work, showing some love with a like and subscribe would make our day. The story begins now. Chapter 1, Blood Reunion. The rain fell in sheets over Little Whinging, transforming Privet Drive into a river of reflected streetlights. Harry Potter sat cross-legged on his threadbare mattress, tracing patterns in the condensation that had formed on the inside of the cupboard door. Tomorrow was his 11th birthday, though he expected no celebration. The Dursleys had never acknowledged the date with anything more than extra chores and thinly veiled contempt. A spider descended from the ceiling, dangling before his eyes. Harry watched its graceful descent with mild interest. The spiders had been his only companions for as long as he could remember. Unlike the Dursleys, they never seemed to mind his presence. "At least you don't call me a freak," he whispered as the arachnid landed on his knee. The house creaked and settled around him, the sound of Uncle Vernon's snoring filtering through the floorboards above. Harry sighed and closed his eyes, trying to recapture the strange dream he'd been having more frequently lately, a dream of a girl with pale skin and dark braids who called to him from across a vast, misty expanse. Something tapped against the cupboard door, so faint he almost missed it beneath the storm's percussion. Harry froze. The sound came again, 3 deliberate taps. "Boy!" Vernon's voice bellowed from upstairs. "If that's you making noise, I swear." The tapping stopped. Harry held his breath, listening to Vernon's heavy footsteps crossing the floor above. After a moment, the bedsprings creaked, and the snoring resumed. Harry exhaled slowly, convincing himself he'd imagined the sound. Then his cupboard door, which he knew for certain Uncle Vernon had locked, swung silently open. In the darkness stood a girl his age, soaked to the bone, water pooling around her heavy black boots. Her skin was so pale it seemed to glow in the darkness, contrasting sharply with her raven-black hair, which hung in 2 perfect braids. She wore a black dress with a white collar that appeared to belong to another century. "Harry Potter," she said, her voice emotionless yet somehow melodic. "I've been looking for you." Harry stared, speechless. It was the girl from his dreams, standing in his cupboard doorway as if she'd walked straight out of his subconscious. "You're coming with me," she continued when he failed to respond. "Pack whatever you need. We don't have much time." Who are you?" Harry managed. Her lips curved into the slightest of smiles. "I'm Wednesday. Wednesday Potter. Your twin sister." She extended a small, pale hand. "And we have a destiny to fulfill." Harry's mind reeled as he stumbled after Wednesday through the rain-soaked streets of Little Whinging. The girl moved with unnatural grace, her black dress unmarred by the mud that splashed up with each step. Harry, by contrast, was drenched and shivering, clutching his pathetic bundle of possessions to his chest. "We're twins?" he asked for the 3rd time, still struggling to process the revelation. "But I don't have any family except the Dursleys." "Everyone told me." "Everyone lied," Wednesday interrupted, not breaking stride. "The old man split us apart. He thought he could control our fate by separating us. But blood calls to blood, even across oceans." She turned to look at him, her dark eyes reflecting the streetlights. "Didn't you feel it? The emptiness inside? The knowing that something vital was missing?" Harry nodded slowly. All his life, he'd felt a strange hollowness, as if part of himself had been carved away. He'd attributed it to the absence of parents, but this was different. "Where are we going?" he asked as they approached the village limits. "And how did you find me?" Wednesday paused beneath a massive oak tree, its branches providing momentary shelter from the downpour. "I communed with the dead to find you. Our mother's spirit guided me." She spoke of conversing with ghosts with the same casual tone one might describe asking for directions. "As for where we're going, there's an abandoned church on the outskirts of town. We'll shelter there until morning." Lightning flashed, illuminating a weathered steeple in the distance. Harry swallowed hard. A church? At midnight? During a storm? His sister's lips curved into a rare smile. Afraid of ghosts, brother? No, Harry lied. Just, wondering why we couldn't wait until morning to leave. Because, Wednesday said, her expression darkening, Dumbledore's watchers would have stopped us. The old man has plans for you, Harry. Plans that end with your death. The church had been abandoned for decades, its pews rotting, its stained glass windows fractured like kaleidoscopes. The twins huddled in the vestry as the storm raged outside, a small blue flame dancing in Wednesday's palm providing their only light and warmth. How are you doing that? Harry asked, mesmerized by the fire that burned without fuel. Death magic, Wednesday replied. The kind they'll never teach at Hogwarts. Hogwart? Wednesday regarded him with sudden intensity. You don't know anything, do you? About magic? About your heritage? Harry shook his head, embarrassed by his ignorance. Those creatures who raised you, she hissed, contempt dripping from each syllable, they never told you what you are. What we are. Uncle Vernon says there's no such thing as magic, Harry offered weakly. Wednesday's laugh was cold and brittle, like icicles shattering. Of course he would. Muggles fear what they don't understand, and there's nothing they understand less than twins born with death in their veins. She leaned forward, the blue flame casting her face in eerie shadow. We're wizards, Harry. But not just any wizards. We're necromancers, those who walk the boundary between life and death. It's in our blood, passed down from the Peveril line. Harry stared at her, searching for any sign she might be joking. Like, zombies and stuff. Crude, but not entirely incorrect. Wednesday reached into a small black bag and withdrew a leather-bound book. Necromancy is the most ancient and misunderstood branch of magic. It's not about raising mindless corpses, though that can be arranged if necessary. It's about understanding that death isn't an ending but a transition. The dead have knowledge, power, and secrets they're willing to share, if you know how to ask. She handed him the book. It felt warm in his hand. Albus Dumbledore is the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He presents himself as the champion of light, but he's a manipulator obsessed with prophecy and the greater good. As for why he separated us. Her voice softened slightly. Necromancers have always been feared, even among wizards. Our magic doesn't follow their rules. We can speak with the dead, see omens invisible to others, and wield powers drawn from the very essence of mortality. She took back the book, caressing its cover. Most importantly, we can create phylacteries, vessels that anchor the soul to the mortal realm. Dumbledore fears this power because it mirrors the dark magic Voldemort used to survive. He sees our potential and fears we'll follow the same path. And will we? Harry asked quietly. Wednesday's dark eyes met his. We'll follow our own path. Together. She reached into her bag again and produced a small, wrapped package. Happy birthday, Harry. It's after midnight now. Harry took the package with trembling hands. No one had ever given him a birthday gift before. Inside was a pendant, a small silver skull with emerald eyes that seemed to watch him. It's beautiful, he whispered, genuinely moved despite the macabre design. It's more than decoration, Wednesday replied. It contains a fragment of our mother's essence. Wear it, and she'll protect you when I cannot. Harry slipped the necklace over his head, feeling a strange warmth spread through his chest as the pendant settled against his skin. Thank you. Wednesday nodded, then reached into her bag once more. There's something else you should have received today. She handed him a slightly crumpled envelope addressed in emerald ink, Mr. H., Potter the cupboard under the stairs 4, Privet Drive Little Whinging Surrey, what is it? Harry asked, turning the heavy parchment in his hands. Your invitation to Hogwarts. I intercepted the owl before it reached you. Wednesday's expression darkened. Dumbledore expects you to arrive ignorant and malleable, grateful for rescue from your muggle prison. He planned to position himself as your savior and mentor, guiding you toward a confrontation with Voldemort that you wouldn't survive. Harry broke the wax seal and read the letter inside, his amazement at being accepted to a school of magic tempered by his sister's warnings. So what do we do instead? Wednesday's smile was razor-thin. We accept the invitation. But on our terms, not his. She reached out and took his hand, her skin cool against his. We'll learn their magic, make allies among their students, and all the while, we'll practice the arts our mother left us. When the time comes, Dumbledore will discover that the twins he tried to separate have become more powerful together than he could possibly imagine. Outside, the storm began to subside, the first pale light of dawn filtering through the broken windows. Harry felt something unfamiliar stirring within him, a sense of belonging, of purpose, and beneath it all, a current of power he'd never known he possessed. Tomorrow, Wednesday said, we begin your real education. The abandoned cemetery behind the church became their classroom over the next week. While the Dursleys frantically searched for their missing ward, more concerned about losing their meal ticket than Harry's welfare, the Potter twins delved into the fundamentals of necromancy beneath the summer sun. Magic isn't about waving wands and speaking Latin, Wednesday explained as they sat cross-legged among the headstones. Those are crutches wizards use because they've forgotten the old ways. True magic comes from intent and will, channeled through blood and breath. She pricked her finger with a silver pin, allowing a single drop of blood to fall onto the grave before them. The dead are always listening, Harry. They're eager to share their secrets if approached with respect. Harry watched, fascinated and slightly terrified, as the blood seemed to sink into the earth more quickly than natural. What are we asking them to share? Knowledge, Wednesday replied. The woman buried here was a hedge witch, unschooled but powerful. She died in 1823 with no one to pass her wisdom to. The air around them grew unnaturally still, the ambient sounds of birds and distant traffic fading to nothing. Harry felt a strange pressure in his ears, and then a whisper that seemed to come from inside his own mind. The boy has the sight. Strong, like his mother. Harry jumped to his feet. Did you hear that? Wednesday remained seated, her expression unchanged. What did she say to you? She mentioned my mother. Our mother. Harry slowly sat back down, his heart racing. This is real. All of it. Of course it's real. Wednesday reached out, placing her hand on the grave. Thank you, Elizabeth. We honor your knowledge. She turned to Harry. The dead rarely speak directly to the uninitiated. You have a natural gift. Harry stared at his hands, suddenly seeing them as vessels of power he'd never understood. What else can we do? With time and practice? Almost anything. Wednesday stood, brushing dirt from her black dress. Healing or harming. Speaking across vast distances. Seeing the future through the eyes of those who dwell outside time. Her voice dropped to a near whisper. Even returning from death itself, under the right circumstances. A chill ran down Harry's spine despite the summer heat. Is that what we're going to do to Dumbledore? Kill him and then, bring him back somehow? Wednesday shook her head. Death would make him a martyr. We need something more, poetic. She gestured for Harry to follow her to the center of the graveyard, where a stone angel stood with outstretched wings. We're going to turn him to stone. Like Medusa? Harry asked, remembering stories from primary school. Similar, but through necromancy rather than a monster's gaze. Wednesday circled the angel, studying its weathered features. The ritual requires preparation and power, more than I possess alone. But together, with the proper training. She turned to face him, her dark eyes gleaming. By the time we reach Hogwarts, you'll be ready to help me complete the spell. Harry frowned. But won't the other teachers stop us? Or the students? They'll never see it coming. Wednesday's smile was cold. We'll be model students, curious, talented, and utterly unremarkable. You'll be the boy who lived, fulfilling everyone's expectations. I'll be the quiet sister no one notices. All while we prepare for the moment when Dumbledore reveals his true intentions. Harry wasn't entirely convinced. Everything was happening so fast, discovering magic existed, learning he had a twin sister, finding out he was some kind of death wizard with the power to turn people to stone. Part of him wanted to retreat from it all, to pretend none of this was happening. As if reading his thoughts, Wednesday reached out and took his hand. I know it's overwhelming. But we don't have the luxury of hesitation. Dumbledore has had 11 years to plan your fate. We have less than 2 months to change it. What if we just don't go to Hogwarts? Harry suggested. We could hide somewhere. Study on our own. Wednesday's expression softened, an unusual occurrence that transformed her severe features. We could. But then we'd always be running, always reacting. And there's something else at Hogwarts we need. She released his hand. Mother left something there, a family heirloom of immense power. The Resurrection Stone. What does it do? It can bring back echoes of the dead, not just whispers like we heard today, but visible, interactive shades. Wednesday's voice took on a reverent quality. With it, we could speak directly to our parents, learn everything Dumbledore has hidden from us. Harry felt a surge of longing so powerful it nearly overwhelmed him. To see his parents, to hear their voices, it was worth any risk. Then we go to Hogwarts, he said firmly. But how do we respond to the letter? The Dursleys would never allow it. Wednesday's smile returned, sharper than before. Leave that to me. It's time you had a proper guardian, one who understands what you are. The cottage on the edge of the forest seemed to have grown from the earth itself, its stone walls covered in moss and climbing roses with thorns like daggers. Smoke curled from the chimney despite the summer heat, and the garden overflowed with plants Harry had never seen before, flowers that seemed to turn and watch them as they approached, herbs with leaves that shimmered like metal in the sunlight. Who lives here? Harry whispered as they made their way up the winding path. Hestia Nightshade, Wednesday replied. She was Mother's mentor in the old arts. The Ministry thinks she's dead, she prefers it that way. Before they reached the door, it swung open to reveal a tall woman with silver-streaked black hair that fell in waves to her waist. She wore robes of midnight blue embroidered with silver symbols that seemed to shift when Harry tried to focus on them. Her eyes were the palest gray, almost white, and they fixed on him with unnerving intensity. So, she said, her voice rich and melodic, Lily's son returns at last. She turned her gaze to Wednesday. You found him earlier than expected, little raven. Wednesday inclined her head slightly. The dreams were getting stronger. It couldn't wait any longer. Hestia nodded and stepped aside, gesturing for them to enter. Come. The Watchers will be looking for you soon. The interior of the cottage was larger than seemed possible from outside, a single vast room with a stone hearth at its center. Shelves lined the walls, filled with books, jars of preserved specimens, and crystal vessels containing swirling mists of various colors. A massive raven perched on a stand near the hearth, its feathers iridescent in the firelight. Sit, Hestia commanded, pointing to cushions arranged around a low table. You must be hungry after your journey. Harry hadn't realized how famished he was until food appeared on the table, hearty bread, cheese, and a stew that smelled of unfamiliar spices. He ate ravenously while Hestia and Wednesday spoke in low tones. The old man suspects nothing? Hestia asked. His watchdog reported Harry missing this morning, Wednesday replied. They believe he ran away on his own. Good. Hestia turned her pale eyes to Harry. You've been told some of what awaits you, I assume. Harry swallowed a mouthful of stew. Wednesday says Dumbledore wants to use me as some kind of sacrifice against Voldemort. Not immediately, Hestia clarified. First, he needs to shape you, mold you into a weapon pointed at his enemy. The sacrifice comes later, when you've served your purpose. She leaned forward, studying his face. You have your mother's eyes. But there's something of your father in you too, his defiance. You knew them well? Harry asked eagerly. Lily more than James. She came to me in secret after discovering her affinity for the old magic. Hestia's expression softened with memory. The Potter line has always had a touch of death magic, it's what made them such formidable wizards. But Lily, she had a rare gift. When she discovered she was carrying twins, she knew what it meant. What did it mean? Harry asked. Hestia exchanged glances with Wednesday before continuing. Twins born to practitioners of the old arts are extraordinarily powerful. Your magical cores are connected, allowing you to draw on each other's strength. It's why Dumbledore separated you. Together, you might have grown too powerful for him to control. She rose and moved to one of the shelves, retrieving a small wooden box. Before your parents went into hiding, your mother left this with me. She said if anything happened to them, I was to give it to you when you were ready. Harry took the box with trembling hands. Inside lay 2 wands of pale wood, carved with intricate runes that spiraled from base to tip. Rowan wood, Hestia explained. The cores are Thestral's hair wrapped around fragments of bone from a shared ancestor. Your mother commissioned them in secret, knowing the wand maker Ollivander would never create such instruments. Wednesday reached out, taking one of the wands. Harry followed suit, gasping as warmth rushed up his arm the moment his fingers closed around the smooth wood. A shower of silver sparks erupted from the tip, dancing across the table before fading into the air. Perfect, Hestia murmured. Now, as to the matter of Hogwarts. She produced a sheet of parchment and a quill. We'll send your acceptance, but with a slight modification to the arrangements. You'll indicate that your magical guardian will be accompanying you to purchase your supplies. Her lips curved into a smile that reminded Harry uncomfortably of a predator. I think it's time Diagon Alley received a visit from Hestia Nightshade. Diagon Alley bustled with preterm activity, families crowding the narrow street as they gathered supplies for the coming school year. Harry stayed close to Hestia, overwhelmed by the sights and sounds of the wizarding shopping district. Wednesday moved silently beside them, her expression one of careful boredom despite the wonders surrounding them. We'll need to maintain appearances, Hestia murmured as they approached Gringotts Bank. The ministry may have declared me dead, but there are still those who would recognize me. For today, I am your aunt, nothing more. Inside the marble hall of Gringotts, the goblins gave Hestia curious looks but asked no questions when she presented the key to the Potter vault. The cart ride into the depths beneath London was exhilarating, though Wednesday appeared unmoved even by the spectacular drop into darkness. The Potter vault contained more gold than Harry had imagined possible. This is all ours? He asked, stunned. Your trust vault only, Hestia replied. The main family vault will be accessible when you come of age. They filled a pouch with galleons, and Hestia discreetly removed a small package from a hidden compartment before they departed. Back in the alley, they moved efficiently from shop to shop, gathering the required supplies with minimal interaction. Only when they entered Flourish and Blots did they linger, Wednesday guiding Harry to shelves tucked in the darkest corners of the store. These, she whispered, selecting several volumes not on their school list. Basic theoretical works on magical resonance and sympathetic enchantment. Building blocks for what we'll need to learn. Harry nodded, adding them to their pile while Hestia distracted the clerk with questions about recent publications on herbology. Their final stop was Madame Malkin's for school robes. As they approached the shop, a family emerged, a pale, pointed-faced boy flanked by parents whose expressions suggested they detected something unpleasant in the air. Hogwarts too? The boy asked, eyeing Harry with mild interest. First year. Harry nodded, remembering Wednesday's advice to blend in. Yes. You. Of course. Father wanted to send me to Durmstrang. They teach a more comprehensive magical curriculum there, if you understand my meaning. The boy's gaze shifted to Wednesday, his expression changing subtly. And who might you be? No one of consequence, Wednesday replied, her voice devoid of emotion. The boy smirked. I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. You'll soon find that some wizarding families are better than others. I can help you there. He extended his hand to Harry, who hesitated only briefly before shaking it. Wednesday had emphasized the importance of making connections, even with those whose values they didn't share. Harry Potter, he said, watching recognition dawn in Draco's eyes. Potter? The Harry Potter? Draco's parents, who had been speaking quietly several paces away, suddenly fell silent. Why didn't you say so? And who's this then? Your friend. My sister, Harry replied. Wednesday Potter. The elder Malfoys approached now, their expressions a mixture of calculation and disbelief. The man, tall and aristocratic with the same pale hair as his son, regarded Wednesday with particular intensity. I wasn't aware the Potter boy had a sister, he said smoothly. Lucius Malfoy, at your service. And my wife, Narcissa. Hestia stepped forward, placing herself slightly between the Malfoys and the twins. Hestia Black, distant cousin to your wife, I believe. I've been caring for the children since their unfortunate orphaning. Harry watched a series of emotions cross Lucius's face, surprise, suspicion, and finally a careful neutrality. Black. I thought all the blacks were accounted for. Not all family connections appear on tapestries, Mr. Malfoy, Hestia replied with a thin smile. Particularly those some might wish to forget. A silent tension stretched between the adults while Draco continued to stare at Harry with undisguised fascination. Finally, Narcissa broke the silence. We must be going. Come, Draco. She placed a hand on her son's shoulder. I'm certain you'll see the Potters at school. As the Malfoys departed, Hestia's posture relaxed slightly. That was unexpected. Lucius Malfoy was a known supporter of Voldemort during the war, though he claimed to be under the Imperius curse. He recognized something in Wednesday, Harry observed. Something that made him uncomfortable. Hestia nodded. The old families can sense affinity for certain magics, even if they no longer practice them themselves. The Malfoys once had necromancers in their line, generations ago. Is that good or bad for us? Harry asked. Neither, yet. Wednesday's eyes followed the retreating Malfoys. But it means we'll need to be even more careful at school. We've been noticed. Inside Madame Malkin's, they were fitted for their robes without incident, though the seamstress seemed puzzled by Wednesday's request for an additional black cloak lined with midnight blue silk, not a standard part of the Hogwarts uniform. Family tradition, Hestia explained smoothly, and no further questions were asked. As the sun began to set, they gathered their purchases and made their way to the Leaky Cauldron for a meal before departing. The pub fell silent as they entered, whispers following them as patrons recognized Harry by his scar. The boy who lived, someone murmured, and others craned their necks for a better view. A tall man in shabby robes approached their table, his face lined with premature age and sorrow. Harry, he said, his voice thick with emotion. You look so much like James. Hestia stiffened. Remus Lupin. It's been a long time. The man, Remus, turned to her in shock. Hestia. But you're, everyone thought. Dead? Yes, that was the general idea. Her voice carried a warning. We're just finishing Harry's school shopping. Perhaps we could catch up another time. Remus's gaze shifted to Wednesday, his expression changing from surprise to confusion. And who might this be? My sister, Harry said before Hestia could intervene. Wednesday. Remus paled visibly. Sister. But that's not. I mean, James and Lily never mentioned. Perhaps there were many things they didn't mention to you, Hestia said coldly. Given what happened to them. The accusation hung in the air between them. Remus looked stricken, then angry. I would never have betrayed them. Never. Yet someone did, Hestia replied. And now is not the time or place to discuss such matters. Remus hesitated, clearly torn between pressing the issue and respecting their privacy in such a public setting. Finally, he nodded stiffly. We will speak again, Hestia. Soon. He turned to Harry, his expression softening. You have your mother's eyes, Harry. She would be so proud of the young man you're becoming. As he walked away, Harry turned to Hestia. Who was that? One of your father's closest friends, she replied, her expression troubled. And someone who should have been there for you after your parents died, but wasn't. He seems to know nothing about me, Wednesday observed quietly. Which means Dumbledore kept my existence secret even from those closest to our parents. Harry felt a chill at the realization. How many other secrets is he keeping? Too many, Hestia said grimly. But we have time before term begins to prepare you both. The first step in countering Dumbledore's plans is understanding them completely. As they finished their meal and prepared to depart, Harry caught a glimpse of a tall figure with a flowing silver beard watching them from across the pub. The man's eyes, behind half-moon spectacles, seemed to pierce directly through him before shifting to Wednesday with unmistakable shock. Then the moment passed, and the man was gone, vanishing into the crowd as if he'd never been there at all. Was that? Harry began. Wednesday nodded, her expression grim. Dumbledore. And now he knows. The remaining weeks before September 1st passed in a blur of intense preparation. Hestia's cottage became their sanctuary and school, each day filled with lessons on magical theory, practical spell work, and the fundamentals of necromancy. Regular wizards channel magic through wands, Hestia explained as they practiced in the garden. They use incantations and specific movements as focusing tools. Necromancers can work this way too, but our true power comes from understanding that magic is an exchange, energy, memory, life force, all can be given and received. She demonstrated by touching a wilting rose, which blackened completely as a small cut on her palm healed instantly. I gave the flower death to take life for myself. A small exchange, but the principle applies to all necromantic magic. Harry practiced for hours each day, learning to sense the currents of energy flowing through living things. Wednesday, already adept at the basics, moved on to more complex workings, communing with spirits, creating small phylacteries from bone and hair, and sketching the preliminary designs for the petrification ritual they would eventually use on Dumbledore. In the evenings, they studied the standard Hogwarts curriculum, ensuring they would appear as normal first-year students despite their extracurricular activities. Harry discovered he had a natural aptitude for defense against the dark arts, while Wednesday excelled in potions and ancient runes, though the latter wasn't offered to first years. You'll need to underperform slightly, Hestia advised. Exceptional talent draws attention. Aim for above average but not remarkable. A week before term began, Hestia took them to a hidden clearing deep in the forest surrounding her cottage. In the center stood a stone altar, ancient and weathered, carved with symbols similar to those on their wands. Tonight, she said solemnly, we complete your preparation with a ritual of binding. It will strengthen your connection as twins and shield your necromantic abilities from detection. The ritual began at midnight under a waning moon. Hestia drew a circle of salt mixed with powdered bone around the altar, then placed silver bowls at the cardinal points, each containing different substances, earth from a grave, water from a river that bordered the underworld, a feather from Hestia's raven, and a small flame that burned blue in the darkness. Wednesday and Harry stood on opposite sides of the altar, their wands placed in an X formation between them. Hestia began to chant in a language Harry didn't recognize, the words resonating in his chest like distant thunder. Blood of your blood, she intoned in English, drawing a small silver knife across her palm and letting 3 drops fall onto the crossed wands. Bone of your bone. Spirit seeking spirit across the divide. Wednesday extended her hand without hesitation, allowing Hestia to draw the knife across her palm. Harry did the same, wincing at the sharp sting as their blood mingled on the wands. As you were divided, now be united, Hestia continued. As you were weakened, now be strengthened. Let no magic reveal what wishes to remain hidden. Let no eye perceive what lies beneath. Blood and bone, life and death, the circle completes. The air around them seemed to thicken, pressing against Harry's skin like an invisible weight. The flames in the silver bowl flared upward, changing from blue to violet to a deep crimson. Harry felt a pulling sensation in his chest, as if something essential was being drawn out of him and simultaneously replaced. Wednesday gasped, her eyes widening as she stared at something just beyond Harry's shoulder. He turned but saw nothing. "Don't move," Hestia warned. "The veil is thinning. They're coming to witness." A chill ran down Harry's spine as he gradually became aware of presences gathering around the circle, invisible but undeniably there. Whispers filled his mind, too many voices to distinguish individual words, yet somehow conveying approval. The crossed wands began to glow with an inner light, silver and gold intertwining like living threads. When the light reached its peak intensity, it suddenly contracted, absorbed back into the wood with a sound like a distant bell. "It is done," Hestia said softly. "Take up your wands." Harry reached for his wand at the same moment Wednesday reached for hers. As their fingers touched the wood, a shock of recognition passed between them. For an instant, Harry could see through his sister's eyes, feel her thoughts as if they were his own. Then the sensation faded, leaving only a faint awareness of her presence at the edge of his consciousness. "The bond will strengthen with time and practice," Hestia explained as she cleared away the ritual components. "For now, it will be strongest when you're in physical proximity, but eventually, you'll be able to sense each other across great distances." "I felt others," Harry said hesitantly. "Watching us." "Who were they?" "Ancestors," Wednesday replied before Hestia could answer. "Potter necromancers from generations past. They came to witness our initiation." Hestia nodded. "The old families maintain connections beyond death. The Potters, the Peverils before them, and others whose blood runs in your veins, all have practitioners who chose to remain involved in family affairs." As they walked back to the cottage, Harry felt fundamentally changed in ways he couldn't articulate. The world seemed sharper somehow, colors more vivid, sounds clearer. And beneath it all, a constant awareness of Wednesday's presence beside him, a tether that felt both new and familiar, as if it had always been there but he'd only just learned to perceive it. "We're ready," Wednesday said as they reached the cottage door, not a question but a statement of fact. Hestia regarded them both with a mixture of pride and concern. "As ready as you can be, given the circumstances. Remember what I've taught you. Trust no one completely, not even those who seem to be allies. Dumbledore has had years to position his pieces on the board." "What about you?" Harry asked. "Will we see you again before we do it?" Hestia's expression softened. "I'll never be far. The Raven will find me if you need to communicate." She touched his cheek gently. "Your mother would be proud of your courage, Harry. Both of you." As Harry lay in bed that night, unable to sleep with thoughts of the coming term swirling through his mind, he felt a gentle probe against his consciousness, Wednesday testing their new connection. "Are you afraid?" Her thoughts whispered in his mind. "Yes," he admitted. "Aren't you?" "Fear is a tool," came her reply. "It sharpens the senses and clarifies the mind. Use it, don't fight it." Harry considered this. "What if we fail?" There was a pause before her response came, tinged with a determination he could feel as clearly as his own emotions. "We won't. We're Potters. And more importantly, we're twins. Together, we'll rewrite the destiny others planned for us." As sleep finally claimed him, Harry dreamed not of cupboards and loneliness, but of stone corridors and ancient magic, with Wednesday at his side and power flowing through his veins like quicksilver. Platform 9 3/4 bustled with activity as the Potter twins passed through the barrier, pushing trolleys laden with their trunks. Steam billowed from the scarlet engine of the Hogwarts Express, partially obscuring the crowds of students and parents engaged in last-minute goodbyes. "Remember," Hestia murmured, walking between them, observe everything but reveal nothing. The first few weeks are critical, establishing your public personas while searching for the stone. They had spent the previous evening reviewing their strategy. Wednesday would project the image of a quiet, studious girl with little interest in social connections, allowing her to move unnoticed through the castle while conducting their real work. Harry would be friendly but not overly outgoing, careful to make connections in all houses rather than aligning himself too strongly with any faction. And if we're sorted into different houses? Harry had asked, concerned about maintaining their connection. The bond transcends physical separation, Hestia assured him. Though it would be convenient if you were placed together, it's not essential to our plans. Now, as they prepared to board the train, Hestia drew them aside for a final goodbye. Trust in your training and in each other. I've taught you how to shield your minds from casual observation, but remember that Dumbledore is a skilled legilimens, avoid direct eye contact when possible. She embraced them both briefly, an unusual display of affection from the normally reserved witch. The cottage will remain your sanctuary during holidays. The Fleur connection is secured and untraceable. With a final nod, she stepped back, blending into the crowd as Harry and Wednesday boarded the train. They found an empty compartment near the rear of the train and settled in, Wednesday immediately opening a book on magical theory while Harry watched the platform through the window. Nervous? Wednesday asked without looking up. A bit, Harry admitted. Everything's happening so fast. A month ago, I didn't even know magic existed, and now. Now you're going to learn how to turn the most powerful wizard in Britain to stone, Wednesday finished, the faintest smile playing at her lips. A reasonable cause for nervousness. The compartment door slid open before Harry could respond. A tall, gangly boy with bright red hair stood in the doorway, looking slightly embarrassed. Sorry, but everywhere else is full. Mind if I join you? Harry glanced at Wednesday, who gave an almost imperceptible nod. Sure, he said, gesturing to the empty seat. Thanks. The boy stored his trunk and sat across from Harry. I'm Ron, by the way. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter, he replied, watching Ron's eyes widen in recognition. And this is my sister, Wednesday. Sister? Ron's surprise was evident. I didn't know you had a sister. Blimey, wait till everyone hears about this. Wednesday lowered her book slightly. Is that really necessary? She asked, her voice cool. Ron flushed. Well, I mean. Harry's famous, isn't he? Everyone knows about the boy who lived. But I've never heard anything about a sister. Perhaps, Wednesday said, that's because some secrets are kept for good reasons. An awkward silence fell over the compartment, broken when the door slid open again. A girl with bushy brown hair and rather large front teeth appeared, already dressed in her Hogwarts robes. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one, she said briskly. When they shook their heads, she sighed and was about to leave when her eyes fell on the book in Wednesday's lap. Is that Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling? I've read it already, fascinating concepts, though I found his chapter on transmogrification rather limited compared to modern approaches. Wednesday regarded the girl with new interest. You've read additional works on theoretical magic? Oh yes, I wanted to be prepared. The girl entered the compartment and sat down without invitation. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. My parents are dentists, muggles, you know, so I've had to catch up on everything magical. Hermione, Wednesday said slowly, as if testing the name. From Greek mythology, daughter of Helen and Menelaus, whose name means, well-born, or earthly. Hermione looked startled. Yes, exactly. No one ever knows that. And you are? Wednesday Potter. And my brother, Harry. Hermione's eyes widened. Harry Potter. I've read all about you. You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts. Am I? Harry asked, uncomfortable with this reminder of his unwanted fame. Of course. Everyone knows how you defeated you-know-who as a baby. Hermione turned to Wednesday with a puzzled expression. But I don't recall reading anything about a sister. History books often contain convenient narratives rather than complete truths, Wednesday replied, returning to her book in a clear dismissal. Hermione seemed about to press the issue when the compartment door opened once more. Draco Malfoy stood in the entrance, flanked by two larger boys who resembled nothing so much as small boulders with limbs. "There you are, Potter," Draco drawled. "I've been looking for you." His eyes flicked to Ron with obvious disdain. "I see you've already started associating with Weasleys. You'll soon learn some wizarding families are better than others." Ron's face flushed to match his hair. "Shove off, Malfoy." Draco ignored him, focusing on Harry. "You should be more selective about your companions. I can help you there." He extended his hand, much as he had in Diagon Alley. Harry hesitated, remembering Hestia's advice about building connections in all houses. Refusing Draco outright would close doors that might prove useful later. On the other hand, accepting too eagerly might alienate potential allies like Ron. "I appreciate the offer," Harry said carefully, shaking Draco's hand briefly. "But I think I'd like to form my own opinions about people." Draco's expression flickered between disappointment and calculation before settling on a smug smile. "Fair enough. The offer stands." His gaze shifted to Wednesday. "Your sister, however, seems to have the right idea about selecting company. Perhaps she'll join us in Slytherin." After Draco and his bodyguards departed, Ron let out a breath. "Can't believe you shook his hand." "The Malfoys were right in you-know-who's inner circle, everyone knows that." "Everyone suspects that," Wednesday corrected. "Suspicion isn't proof. Besides, knowing your enemies is as important as knowing your friends." "Well, the Sorting Hat won't put me anywhere near Slytherin," Ron declared. "My whole family's been in Gryffindor for generations." Hermione, who had been observing the exchange with interest, turned to the twins. "What house do you think you'll be in?" "I'm hoping for Gryffindor. Headmaster Dumbledore was there, you know, but Ravenclaw wouldn't be too bad either." "The Sorting Hat decides based on your innermost qualities," Wednesday replied. "What we want is irrelevant." The remainder of the journey passed relatively peacefully. Hermione eventually left to continue helping Neville search for his toad, while Ron entertained Harry with stories of growing up in a magical household. Wednesday remained largely silent, though Harry occasionally caught her watching their companions with calculating intensity. As darkness fell and the train began to slow, Harry felt a mixture of anticipation and dread. Through their bond, he sensed similar emotions from Wednesday, though hers were tempered with a cool determination that steadied his nerves. "Remember why we're here," her thoughts whispered in his mind as they prepared to disembark. "Everything else is secondary." Harry nodded imperceptibly, touching the skull pendant beneath his robes. Whatever challenges awaited them at Hogwarts, they would face them together, just as they should have done from the beginning. Chapter 2, Whispers of the Dead. The boats glided silently across the black surface of the lake, each carrying a cluster of first-years toward the looming silhouette of Hogwarts Castle. Countless windows gleamed with golden light against the night sky, reflecting in the water like fallen stars. Most students gazed upward in awe, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of the lanterns hanging from each vessel's bow. Wednesday sat perfectly still beside Harry, her eyes not on the castle but on the dark waters beneath them. "There are things moving down there," she whispered, so softly that only he could hear. "Ancient things. Sleeping but aware." Harry glanced over the edge, seeing nothing but his own reflection rippling in the moonlight. Through their bond, however, he felt a faint echo of Wednesday's perception, a sense of vast, patient entities dwelling in the depths, their consciousness brushing against the edges of his awareness. "This whole place is saturated with death," Wednesday continued, a note of satisfaction in her voice. "Centuries of it, layered like sediment. We'll have no shortage of resources for our work." "You two all right?" asked Hagrid, the enormous gamekeeper who had led them to the boats. Not gettin' seasick, are ya? We're fine, Harry replied quickly. Just, taking it all in. Hagrid nodded approvingly. It's a sight to remember, your first glimpse of Hogwarts. He studied them curiously. Didn't know Harry Potter had a sister. Spittin' image of your mum, she is, except for. He trailed off, seeming unable to articulate exactly what made Wednesday different from Lily Potter. The boats bumped gently against the shore, and the first years climbed out, gathering in a nervous cluster as Hagrid led them up a stone pathway to the castle's entrance. Massive oak doors swung open to reveal a stern-faced witch in emerald robes, her hair pulled back in a tight bun. The first years, Professor McGonagall, Hagrid announced. Thank you, Hagrid. I'll take them from here. Her gaze swept over the group, pausing momentarily when it reached Harry and Wednesday. A flicker of something, surprise? Concern? Crossed her features before her professional demeanor reasserted itself. As they followed McGonagall into the entrance hall, whispers rippled through the group of first years. Is that Harry Potter? Did you see his scar? Who's the creepy girl with him? I heard she's his sister. Harry Potter doesn't have a sister. Well, she looks just like him, doesn't she? Except, scarier. Wednesday ignored the whispers, her attention fixed on the ancient stones beneath their feet. Harry felt her reaching out with her senses, probing the magical foundations of the castle. So much power here, her thoughts whispered in his mind. The founders built on a nexus point, a natural convergence of ley lines rich in death energy. How can you tell? Harry asked silently. Feel it. Beneath the standard protection enchantments. A deeper current, cold as the grave. Harry closed his eyes briefly, attempting to sense what Wednesday described. For a moment, he felt nothing beyond the buzzing anticipation of the students around him. Then, gradually, he became aware of something else, a subtle vibration emanating from the flagstones, pulsing with slow, deliberate rhythm like the heartbeat of some enormous creature. There, Wednesday's thoughts confirmed. You're beginning to perceive it. Professor McGonagall returned, instructing them to form a line before leading them into the great hall. For long tables stretched the length of the room, filled with students watching the newcomers with curious eyes. At the far end, a fifth table seated the professors, with Albus Dumbledore at the center, resplendent in midnight blue robes spangled with silver stars. Harry avoided looking directly at the headmaster, remembering Hestia's warnings about his legilimency skills. Through peripheral vision, he saw Dumbledore studying them with unmistakable intensity, his expression inscrutable behind his long silver beard. The Sorting Hat sang its song, describing the four houses and their qualities. When it finished, McGonagall began calling students forward alphabetically. Harry watched with mild interest as his future classmates were sorted, noting which individuals might become allies or obstacles in their plans. Hermione Granger was sorted into Gryffindor after nearly a minute beneath the hat. Draco Malfoy went immediately to Slytherin, looking smug as he joined his housemates. Finally, McGonagall called, "Potter, Harry." A hush fell over the great hall, followed by an outbreak of whispers. "Potter, did she say? The Harry Potter?" Harry walked forward, feeling hundreds of eyes following his progress. As the hat dropped over his eyes, he heard Wednesday's voice in his mind. "Remember what we discussed. Direct it but don't force it." "Interesting," whispered a small voice in his ear. "Very interesting. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, oh yes, and a thirst to prove yourself, but what's this? A darkness I rarely encounter in one so young, and a bond, powerful and ancient. I need to be where I can best protect my sister and myself," Harry thought deliberately. "Your sister? Ah, I see her in your mind. How curious that you were separated, and now reunited with purpose. You could be great, and Slytherin would help you on the way to greatness. But I sense your need for versatility. Better be Gryffindor." The last word was shouted to the hall. The Gryffindor table erupted in cheers, with the Weasley twins chanting, "We got Potter! We got Potter!" Harry removed the hat and made his way to the red and gold table, where Percy Weasley enthusiastically shook his hand. "Potter, Wednesday," McGonagall called next, her voice betraying slight surprise at the unfamiliar name. If Harry's sorting had caused excitement, Wednesday's appearance provoked stunned silence. She walked to the stool with fluid grace, her expression impassive as the hat settled over her dark braids. Nearly 2 minutes passed with no announcement. Students began to shift uncomfortably, whispers breaking out across the hall. Harry could feel his sister's mind working through their bond, not struggling but negotiating, presenting arguments to the ancient artifact perched on her head. Finally, the brim opened wide. "Ravenclaw." The Ravenclaw table applauded politely, though many students looked more wary than welcoming as Wednesday joined them. She caught Harry's eye across the hall, and he felt a pulse of satisfaction through their connection. They had discussed this possibility. Positioning themselves in different houses would allow them to gather information from multiple sources while diverting suspicion from their close collaboration. Perfect, her thoughts confirmed. Now we have eyes in 2 houses. As the feast appeared on golden plates before them, Harry engaged in casual conversation with his new housemates, carefully crafting the persona they had planned, friendly but somewhat reserved, interested in his classes but not exceptionally knowledgeable, curious about the wizarding world he'd been denied. "I still can't believe you have a sister," said Ron between mouthfuls of roast chicken. "How come no one knew about her?" Harry shrugged, reciting the cover story Hestia had helped them prepare. "We were separated after our parents died. Different guardians. I only found out about her this summer when her guardian contacted mine." "That's awful," said Hermione, who had positioned herself across from them. "Being separated from your twin all those years. You must have so much catching up to do." "We're making up for lost time," Harry replied with a small smile, glancing across the hall where Wednesday sat in isolation, the nearest Ravenclaws having subtly shifted away from her. Through their connection, he sensed she was perfectly content with this arrangement. While he established social connections, she could observe unnoticed, the quiet, strange girl no one paid attention to until it was too late. At the high table, Dumbledore conversed with a turbaned professor, though Harry noticed the headmaster's gaze repeatedly drifting toward the Ravenclaw table. Beside him sat a hook-nosed man with greasy black hair who was staring at Harry with undisguised hostility. "That's Professor Snape," Percy informed him, following his gaze. "Teaches potions, but everyone knows he's after the defense against the dark arts job. Head of Slytherin House and favors them shamelessly." As if sensing their attention, Snape's black eyes shifted from Harry to the Ravenclaw table, narrowing slightly as they fixed on Wednesday. Unlike his reaction to Harry, his expression showed not hatred but sharp, analytical interest. "Who's the professor talking to Dumbledore?" Harry asked, deliberately changing the subject. "Professor Quirrell, our new defense against the dark arts teacher," Percy replied. "Used to teach Muggle studies, but took a year off to get practical experience. They say he encountered vampires in Romania and was never the same afterward." Harry studied Quirrell with renewed interest. There was something odd about the nervous professor, a discordance Harry couldn't quite identify but which set his necromantic senses tingling. "Wednesday," he called through their bond. "Look at Quirrell. Something's not right about him." He felt her attention shift, followed by a spike of surprise. "Interesting. He's hosting something, or someone. 2 life forces occupying the same vessel. Is that possible? With certain dark rituals, yes. We should watch him closely." When the feast ended, Dumbledore rose to give announcements, warning students away from the Forbidden Forest and, curiously, the 3rd-floor corridor on the right-hand side, which he declared off-limits to anyone who didn't wish to suffer a most painful death. "That's where it is," Wednesday's thoughts came immediately. "The Resurrection Stone. He's hidden it in plain sight, knowing the warning would deter most students while practically announcing its presence to those who know what to look for." Seems a bit obvious, Harry replied. Dumbledore often hides his most important secrets behind apparent transparency. It makes people less likely to dig deeper. As the students filed out of the Great Hall, Harry followed Percy toward Gryffindor Tower. Before leaving, he glanced back to see Wednesday standing perfectly still amid the flow of departing Ravenclaws, her dark eyes meeting his across the distance. "Sleep well, brother," her thoughts whispered. "Tomorrow, we begin." Harry's first week at Hogwarts passed in a whirlwind of new experiences. He navigated the castle's shifting staircases and hidden passages, attended classes ranging from the practical, charms, transfiguration, to the mundane, history of magic, taught by a ghost who seemed unaware of his own death, and carefully cultivated relationships with his classmates. The most challenging aspect wasn't the coursework. Harry and Wednesday had studied the first-year curriculum extensively, but maintaining the pretense of being ordinary students while conducting their true work in secret. They established a routine of meeting in the library during free periods, ostensibly to catch up on their separate childhoods but actually to exchange information and continue their necromantic studies. The library's restricted section tantalized from behind its rope barrier, but they knew better than to draw attention by attempting access too early. Madame Pants watches it like a hawk, Hermione informed them during one study session, having invited herself to join them despite Wednesday's frosty reception. "You need a signed note from a professor to access those books. Why would anyone restrict knowledge?" Wednesday asked, her tone suggesting she found the concept personally offensive. "Well, some of those books contain really dangerous magic," Hermione replied earnestly. "Spells that could seriously harm people." "All magic can harm if that's the intent," Wednesday countered. "A simple levitation charm could drop someone from a great height. Should we restrict that knowledge as well?" Hermione looked taken aback. "That's different. Those books deal with dark arts and forbidden rituals." "Forbidden by whom?" Wednesday pressed. "And for whose benefit?" "Those who control access to knowledge control the boundaries of possibility." Harry intervened before the discussion could escalate further. "We were just curious, Hermione. Not planning a heist or anything." Hermione seemed mollified, though she continued to watch Wednesday with a mixture of fascination and unease, a common reaction to his sister among the student body. While Harry had quickly become a minor celebrity in Gryffindor, Wednesday had acquired a very different reputation in Ravenclaw. "Your sister is weird, mate," Ron told him bluntly one evening in the common room. "My brother said she corrected Flitwick on some obscure magical theory during their first charms lesson, then asked if he'd consider donating his body to magical research after death since goblin-human hybrids are so rare." Harry winced. "She doesn't always understand social boundaries. Growing up, isolated affected her." The truth was more complex. Wednesday deliberately cultivated her unsettling persona, recognizing its utility as both camouflage and repellent. People who were uncomfortable around her paid less attention to her activities while giving her a wide berth, perfect for conducting clandestine research. Their first potions lesson proved unexpectedly significant. Professor Snape began by taking roll call, pausing at Harry's name to make a snide comment about "our new celebrity." When he reached Wednesday's name, however, his reaction was markedly different. "Wednesday Potter," he said slowly, as if tasting the syllables. "An unexpected addition to our roster." His dark eyes studied her with the same analytical interest Harry had observed during the welcome feast. Wednesday met his gaze unflinchingly, her expression neutral but attentive. "Tell me, Miss Potter, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" "The draught of living death," she replied without hesitation. "A powerful sleeping potion that simulates death." Snape's eyebrows rose fractionally. "And where, precisely, would you look if I asked you to find a bezoar?" "The stomach of a goat," Wednesday said. "Though the most potent specimens come from goats raised on a diet including hemlock and nightshade." This addition to the standard answer caused Snape's eyes to narrow. "That is not commonly known information. Where did you encounter it?" "I read extensively, Professor," Wednesday replied simply. Snape turned abruptly to Harry. And you, Mr. Potter? Does fame excuse you from opening a book before arriving in my classroom? What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant, sir, Harry answered. Also called aconite. Snape looked faintly disappointed that he couldn't humiliate Harry in front of the class. Throughout the lesson, his attention returned repeatedly to Wednesday, who worked with methodical precision, her potion achieving the exact shade of pale blue described in the textbook. As they bottled their samples at the end of class, Snape moved among the students, offering scathing critiques. He paused at Wednesday's workstation, examining her potion with unreadable eyes. "Adequate, Miss Potter," he said finally, high praise from Snape. "Though your stirring technique suggests familiarity with more esoteric brewing methods than those taught in this classroom." Wednesday inclined her head slightly. "My guardian is knowledgeable in traditional approaches to potion craft." "Indeed." Snape's gaze flickered briefly to Harry, then back to Wednesday. "Perhaps we will discuss these traditional approaches sometime." As they left the classroom, Harry felt a ripple of satisfaction through his bond with Wednesday. "He suspects something," her thoughts came. "But not what we're planning. His interest could be useful. Or dangerous," Harry countered. "If he realizes we're practicing necromancy." "He won't. But he might provide access to resources we need. Certain potions ingredients with applications beyond their standard use." Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Draco Malfoy, flanked as usual by Crabbe and Goyle. "Potter," he drawled, though it wasn't clear which twin he was addressing until his eyes settled on Wednesday. "Impressive performance in there. Snape doesn't compliment students outside Slytherin." "I wasn't seeking compliments," Wednesday replied. "Merely accuracy." "Still," Draco continued, "it demonstrates you have potential beyond." His gaze flicked dismissively to Harry, "certain family connections. The offer to associate with the right sort remains open." Before Wednesday could respond, Ron appeared at Harry's shoulder, glaring at the Slytherins. "Shove off, Malfoy. Nobody asked your opinion on anything." Draco's pale face flushed with anger. "Watch yourself, Weasley. Your blood traitor family can't afford any more disgrace." Harry stepped between them before the confrontation could escalate. "We need to get to our next class. Come on, Ron." He caught Wednesday's eye. "We'll continue this discussion later." She nodded imperceptibly, watching with detached interest as Harry led Ron away. Draco remained beside her, studying her with calculation. "Your brother chooses poor companions," he observed. "Harry makes his own choices," Wednesday replied. "As do I." "And what choices are you making, Wednesday Potter?" Draco asked, dropping his usual drawl for a more direct tone. She allowed the faintest smile to curve her lips. "Pragmatic ones." The twins' first opportunity to investigate the third-floor corridor came on Saturday night. Using their bond to coordinate timing, they slipped out of their respective dormitories after curfew, Harry beneath his father's invisibility cloak, which Hestia had recovered from a hidden compartment in the Potter vault, and Wednesday using a disillusionment charm she'd perfected during their summer training. "I'm approaching the staircase now," Harry communicated as he crept through the silent castle. "Any sign of Filch or his cat?" "None near me," Wednesday replied. "But I sense someone ahead, not living, but aware. Probably Peeves." Harry slowed his pace, knowing the poltergeist could detect invisible presences. He skirted the corridor where Wednesday had sensed the entity, taking a longer route to their rendezvous point near the forbidden corridor. Wednesday was already waiting when he arrived, her disillusionment charm creating the impression of a heat mirage against the stone wall. She rippled into visibility as he approached, her pale face seeming to materialize from the darkness. "The doorway is at the end of this corridor," she whispered, nodding toward a heavy wooden door. "But it's not the only entrance. I've been mapping the castle's structure, there are maintenance passages that might provide alternative access." Harry nodded, impressed by her thoroughness. Should we try the direct approach first? Just to see what we're dealing with? Wednesday considered this, then nodded. Reconnaissance makes sense. But be prepared for defenses. They moved silently toward the door. Harry reached for the handle, finding it locked as expected. Wednesday motioned him aside and whispered, "Alohomra," causing the lock to click open with surprising ease. "That's it?" Harry asked skeptically. "A first-year unlocking charm protects whatever's so dangerous in there." "No," Wednesday replied. "This is just the first layer. The simplicity is deliberate, to lure the curious while deterring the cautious." She was proven right as soon as they eased the door open. Inside was an enormous three-headed dog, each massive maw lined with razor-sharp teeth. The creature was sleeping, its 6 ears twitching occasionally, but even at rest, it radiated lethal danger. Cerberus, Wednesday's thoughts came with academic interest. Guardian of the underworld in Greek mythology. Appropriate. Harry was more concerned with practical matters. How do we get past it? Music soothes it in the myths. But look, beneath its paw. Harry noticed a trapdoor partially visible beneath one of the beast's enormous feet. That's the way forward. But what's the stone doing down there? Wouldn't Dumbledore keep it in his office? Unless what's hidden here isn't the stone at all, but something else he wants to protect, or monitor. Before they could investigate further, a rumbling growl vibrated through the room. One of the dog's heads was stirring, nostrils flaring as it caught their scent. Wednesday tugged Harry's arm, and they retreated swiftly, closing and locking the door behind them just as a series of thunderous barks erupted from within. They didn't speak until they'd reached a secluded alcove several corridors away. "We need to approach this differently," Wednesday said, her voice thoughtful rather than disappointed. "If Dumbledore has hidden the stone here, he's created an elaborate security system, one designed to test specific qualities or abilities." "A series of challenges," Harry agreed. "But why? Why not just keep it in a Gringotts vault or under Fidelius' charm?" "Because he wants someone to reach it," Wednesday concluded. "Or to attempt to reach it, at least. The question is, who? And why?" They parted ways at the grand staircase, agreeing to conduct separate research on Cerberus and possible methods for bypassing it. As Harry made his way back toward Gryffindor Tower, he rounded a corner and nearly collided with Professor Quirrell, who was walking rapidly with his turbaned head bowed. Harry pressed himself against the wall beneath the invisibility cloak, holding his breath as the professor passed. Something, instinct or perhaps his developing necromantic senses, made him reach out with his awareness, probing gently at the magical aura surrounding Quirrell. What he detected made him recoil in shock. Beneath the professor's nervous exterior pulsed a dark, malevolent energy, coiled like a serpent around his life force. And deeper still, a fractured essence that felt horrifyingly familiar, an echo of the same energy that emanated from Harry's own scar. "Wednesday," he called urgently through their bond. "I think I know who Quirrell is hosting." The twins convened early the next morning in a disused classroom on the 4th floor, warding the door with privacy spells before discussing Harry's discovery. "You're certain it was Voldemort?" Wednesday asked, her expression more intrigued than alarmed. "Not completely," Harry admitted. "But whatever is sharing Quirrell's body feels like the energy in my scar. When I'm near him, it pulses painfully, as if responding to a similar frequency." Wednesday paced the dusty floor, braids swinging with each precise turn. "This complicates matters. If Voldemort is here, seeking the stone, then what is the stone?" Harry finished. What would both Dumbledore and Voldemort want badly enough to risk this elaborate game? The Philosopher's Stone would be the obvious answer, Wednesday mused. It grants immortality and unlimited gold, motivations that would appeal to a disembodied Dark Lord seeking restoration. But you don't think that's it? It's too obvious. And it doesn't explain why Dumbledore would use you as bait. Wednesday stopped pacing, her dark eyes meeting Harry's. "Whatever is hidden in this castle connects directly to you, to us, and to our parents' murder. She reached into her robe and withdrew a small journal bound in black leather. "I've been researching the Potter family history in the Ravenclaw Library archives. Our father's line descends from Ignotus Peverell, youngest of 3 brothers featured in a wizarding fable called The Tale of the 3 Brothers." Harry recognized the name from Hestia's lessons. The one who received the invisibility cloak from Death. Yes. But his brothers received other gifts, the Elder Wand and the Resurrection Stone. Wednesday's voice dropped to a whisper. Together, they formed the Deathly Hallows, which supposedly grant mastery over death itself. And you think that's what's hidden here? The Resurrection Stone. It would explain Dumbledore's interest in you. The Potter bloodline gives you claim to 1 hallow already. She gestured to the invisibility cloak folded in Harry's pocket. If you obtained a second, I'd be 2/3 of the way to becoming Master of Death, Harry finished, understanding dawning. Which would make me either a powerful ally or a dangerous threat in the coming conflict with Voldemort. Wednesday nodded. Dumbledore is testing you, seeing if you'll pursue the Hallows as he once did, or choose a different path. Harry considered this theory, finding it aligned with what they knew of the headmaster's manipulative nature. So what do we do? Play along with his test. For now, yes. Wednesday opened her journal, revealing pages of meticulous notes interspersed with sketches of arcane symbols. While appearing to follow his breadcrumb trail, will accelerate our real work. The petrification ritual requires specific components that we should begin gathering immediately. She tapped a detailed list on one page. Basilisk venom, freely given unicorn hair, ash from a phoenix's burning day, and dust from a millennia-old grave. None will be easy to obtain, but all are theoretically accessible within Hogwarts or the surrounding grounds. Harry whistled softly. Basilisk venom? Aren't basilisks, mythical? Rare, not mythical, Wednesday corrected. And there are rumors this castle once housed one. If we can locate its remains. We'd still need the other ingredients, Harry pointed out. I'm guessing Dumbledore's phoenix is the only option for the ash. Most likely. We'll need to gain access to his office at some point. Wednesday seemed untroubled by this challenge. The unicorn hair should be obtainable from the Forbidden Forest, though the freely given aspect complicates matters. And the grave dust? Wednesday's lips curved into a rare smile. That's where we begin our practical necromancy at Hogwarts. Tonight, we commune with the castle's oldest resident, the spirit bound to its foundations. The castle was different at night, not merely darker or quieter, but fundamentally altered, as if the ancient stones themselves shifted into another configuration when students and staff retreated to their beds. Harry felt it as he and Wednesday descended to the lowest level of the dungeons, following passages that didn't appear on any official map of Hogwarts. "How did you find this route?" he whispered as they passed beneath an arch so old the mortar had crystallized into something resembling quartz. "I asked the castle," Wednesday replied simply. "Sentient structures develop consciousness over time, particularly those built with magic. Hogwarts is among the oldest continuously inhabited magical buildings in Britain. It has accumulated awareness." They reached a circular chamber deep beneath the castle, its walls lined with carvings so weathered they were barely discernible. A shallow basin had been chiseled into the stone floor at the room's center, surrounded by channels that formed an intricate pattern across the flagstones. Blood channels, Harry observed, recognizing the design from Hestia's grimoire. This was a ritual chamber. The original foundation stone lies beneath this basin, Wednesday confirmed. Laid by the founders themselves and consecrated with sacrificial magic that would be considered quite dark by modern standards. She began removing items from her robes, a silver knife, a small vial of black powder, a candle made from beeswax mixed with what Harry recognized as graveyard dirt, and a scroll of parchment covered in spidery writing. "The ritual is simple but precise," she explained, setting each item in its place. "We offer blood to awaken the foundation stone's guardian spirit, then propose an exchange, information for essence." Harry nodded, accustomed by now to the bargaining nature of necromancy. What essence are we offering? Memory, Wednesday replied. A childhood recollection, something inconsequential but emotionally resonant. The spirit feeds on emotional energy more than the memory itself. She handed him the silver knife. 7 drops from each of us, falling simultaneously into the basin. Then we speak the invocation. Harry took the knife, making a small cut on his palm while Wednesday did the same. They positioned their hands over the basin, counting silently to coordinate the drops. As the 14th drop fell, Wednesday began to recite in a language that sounded like Latin but with subtle, unsettling differences, vowels that stretched beyond natural duration, consonants that seemed to echo without actual repetition. The blood in the basin didn't pool as expected but sank immediately into the stone, disappearing without trace. For several long moments, nothing happened. Then the temperature in the chamber plummeted, their breath fogging in the suddenly frigid air. The basin began to glow with a pale blue light that illuminated their faces from below, casting strange, elongated shadows on the walls. A voice emerged from the stone itself, not through sound waves but directly into their minds, ancient and androgynous, with the texture of granite grinding against granite. Blood offerings. After so long. What seeks the living in these depths? Wednesday answered without hesitation. Knowledge and material for ritual. We offer memory in exchange. Show me this offering. Wednesday closed her eyes, evidently projecting the memory she'd chosen. Harry couldn't see what she shared, but he felt the spirit's satisfaction rippling through the chamber like a cold current. Acceptable. And the boy? Harry followed Wednesday's example, focusing on a memory from his childhood, the time he'd accidentally turned his teacher's wig blue. He felt the spirit's amusement as it absorbed the emotional residue of that moment, his fear, confusion, and secret delight. Interesting pair. Twins with death in their veins. Speak your questions. We seek dust from the oldest grave within these walls, Wednesday said. For ritual purpose. Many graves here. Old bones beneath old stones. But oldest. The spirit seemed to ponder. Beneath the 7th stone from the western wall, 3rd row of the abandoned chapel. A witch without name, buried before the founders drew breath. Her dust carries power. Thank you, Wednesday acknowledged. We have another question. What lies beneath the trapdoor on the 3rd floor? The spirit's response held a note of dark amusement. A gauntlet of guardians. Tests of virtue that mask true purpose. The stone you seek is not the stone he claims. Harry exchanged glances with Wednesday. What stone lies there, then, he asked. A twin, like you. One half of a whole, separated to create need. Its brother is closer than you know. The spirit's presence began to fade, the blue glow diminishing. Our bargain is complete. But heed warning, death touch children, other eyes watch your movements. Eyes that see beyond mortal sight. Wait, Harry called. What eyes? Who's watching us? But the presence had withdrawn, leaving only cold stone and lingering echoes. The candle flame, which had burned an unnatural blue throughout the exchange, returned to normal orange-yellow, casting weak light around the now ordinary chamber. Well, Harry said after a moment, that was cryptic. But informative, Wednesday countered, already gathering her ritual implements. We know where to find the grave dust and confirmed our suspicion about the 3rd floor corridor. Most importantly, we've established that the stone there is not what it appears to be. A twin, like us, Harry repeated. One half of a whole. What does that mean? I'm not certain. Wednesday frowned slightly, an expression Harry had learned indicated intense concentration rather than displeasure. But I suspect it relates to the resurrection stone. Perhaps it's been split somehow, its power divided between 2 objects. They made their way toward the abandoned chapel the spirit had mentioned, following passages that grew progressively older and more deteriorated. Eventually, they emerged into a space that might once have been a small sanctuary, now reduced to rubble and dust, with only the outline of an altar still visible at one end. The castle has incorporated it rather than demolishing it completely, Wednesday observed. Typical of magical structures, they grow by assimilation rather than replacement. They counted stones from the western wall, identifying the grave marker indicated by the foundation spirit. It was unremarkable, a flat piece of granite with no inscription, worn smooth by centuries. Together, they levitated it aside, revealing a hollow beneath filled with what appeared to be fine ash. Wednesday withdrew a small silver container from her robes and carefully collected a portion of the dust. The oldest human remains in Hogwarts, she murmured with something approaching reverence. Magic and mortality combined, compressed by time into raw potential. Harry was struck again by the difference in their perspectives. Where he still saw the remains of a person who had once lived, Wednesday saw a powerful magical component, not with disrespect, but with an appreciation for transformation that death represented in her worldview. As they replaced the stone and prepared to return to the main castle, Harry sensed a subtle shift in the air, a feeling of being observed. He turned quickly, scanning the shadows, but saw nothing. "Did you feel that?" he whispered. Wednesday nodded, her expression alert but not alarmed. "We're not alone. But it's not human." She closed her eyes briefly, extending her necromantic senses. "A house elf, I think. Watching from the adjacent passage." "Whose?" "Dumbledore's." "Impossible to tell without seeing it. But house elves can move through the castle's wards in ways wizards can't. An ideal surveillance system." They continued their journey in silence, taking a more circuitous route back to the main corridors to evade their unseen observer. Only when they reached the point where they would separate for their respective dormitories did Wednesday speak again. "We need to accelerate our plans," she said quietly. "If we're being watched already, our window of opportunity may be narrower than anticipated." Harry nodded, touching the skull pendant beneath his robes. "What's our next step?" "The Forbidden Forest. Tomorrow night. For the unicorn hair." Wednesday's dark eyes gleamed with determination. "And perhaps we'll discover who else roams the darkness beyond the castle walls." News of a break-in at Gringotts dominated conversation at breakfast the next morning. According to the Daily Prophet, thieves had attempted to rob a high-security vault that had been emptied earlier that same day. No suspects had been identified, and the goblins insisted nothing had been stolen. "That's the day Hagrid took me to Diagon Alley," Harry told Wednesday as they pretended to study together in the library. "Before I knew about you." He removed a small package from a vault, said it was Hogwarts business, very secret. "Confirming our theory," Wednesday murmured. "Dumbledore moved the object here, creating his elaborate security theater. The question remains, is it bait, test, or genuine protection? Or all three," Harry suggested. "Dumbledore seems to prefer plans with multiple purposes." Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Hermione, who had appointed herself Harry's unofficial study partner despite his polite attempts to maintain distance. She placed a towering stack of books on their table with a thud that earned a glare from Madame Pants. "I've been researching Nicholas Flamel," she announced without preamble. "After hearing Hagrid mention him when we visited last week." Wednesday gave Harry a sharp look. "You visited Hagrid without telling me?" "It was with Ron and Hermione," he explained silently. "Maintaining my social cover. Hagrid let slip the name when we asked about the break-in." Wednesday's irritation subsided, her attention returning to Hermione. "And what did you discover about Mr. Flamel?" she asked with unusual engagement. "He's an alchemist," Hermione replied eagerly. "The only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone, which transforms base metals into gold and produces the elixir of life, granting immortality. He and his wife are over 600 years old." "Interesting," Wednesday said, exchanging glances with Harry. "And why does this matter?" Hermione lowered her voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "I think that's what's hidden on the third floor. Hagrid emptied a Gringotts vault the same day it was broken into. He brought whatever it was to Hogwarts on Dumbledore's orders. And Nicholas Flamel is Dumbledore's old alchemy partner. A reasonable deduction, Wednesday conceded, impressed despite herself by Hermione's research skills. Though it raises more questions than it answers. Why would Dumbledore hide such a valuable artifact in a school full of children? Hermione bit her lip, clearly having wondered the same thing. I thought perhaps, because of Harry. Maybe he's using it to draw out you-know-who, or what's left of him. Harry felt a chill at how close Hermione had come to the truth through simple logical deduction. If she could figure it out, others might as well. That seems far-fetched, he said, trying to sound skeptical. Voldemort's been gone for 10 years. Why would he suddenly come after a stone hidden in Hogwarts? Because it could restore him, Wednesday interjected, surprising both Harry and Hermione. The elixir of life might regenerate even a severely damaged body, or create a new one for a spirit without physical form. Hermione stared at her. You think he's still out there? Not really dead. Few things are ever really dead, Wednesday replied cryptically. Merely transformed. An uncomfortable silence fell over the table. Hermione gathered her books, looking troubled. I should get to charms. But, if what you're suggesting is true, shouldn't we tell a professor? Which one? Wednesday challenged. The one who may be hosting Voldemort's spirit? Or the headmaster who deliberately placed a lure in a school full of children? Hermione paled. What do you mean about a professor hosting? Theoretical examples, Harry cut in, giving Wednesday a warning look. The point is, we don't have enough information to take action yet. But we'll be careful, and you should be too. After Hermione left, visibly shaken, Harry turned to his sister. Was that necessary? Now she'll be suspicious. She was already suspicious, Wednesday countered. Better to direct her suspicions where they'll be useful. Hermione Granger has a remarkable mind, she may notice things we miss. Or she might go straight to McGonagall with theories about possessed teachers. She won't, Wednesday said with certainty. She's too invested in solving the mystery herself. Besides, I've planted the seed that authority figures may be complicit. She'll hesitate before trusting them completely. Harry sighed, recognizing the manipulation but understanding its purpose. We need to be more careful with what we reveal. One slip could alert Dumbledore before we're ready. Agreed. Wednesday closed the book before her. Which is why we should continue this discussion elsewhere. The forest awaits tonight. The Forbidden Forest lived up to its name, dense, dark, and humming with magical energy that made the hair on Harry's arm stand on end. He and Wednesday moved silently between ancient trees, their path illuminated only by wandlight deliberately dimmed to avoid attention. Unicorns generally inhabit the northeastern section, Wednesday murmured, consulting a hand-drawn map. Near the natural springs. But obtaining hair freely given will require patience. How freely given are we talking? Harry asked. Do we need verbal consent from a unicorn, or just hair that's fallen out naturally? The latter would suffice, though direct offering would carry more potency. Wednesday paused, listening to the forest sounds. Unicorns can sense intent. If we approach with genuine respect rather than mere acquisition in mind, our chances improve. They continued deeper into the woods, following a faint trail that wound between massive oaks and stranger trees Harry couldn't identify, some with bark that seemed to pulse with internal light, others with leaves that whispered among themselves as the twins passed. After nearly an hour of careful navigation, they reached a small clearing where a stream burbled over smooth stones. Wednesday held up a hand, signaling Harry to remain still. Water source, she whispered. Ideal location. We wait. They settled behind a fallen log, maintaining silence as the forest continued its nocturnal activities around them, creatures rustling in underbrush, birds calling to one another, and occasionally, sounds Harry couldn't identify that made him grip his wand more tightly. The forest is old, Wednesday observed softly. Not as old as the castle, but wild in ways Hogwarts isn't. Death here is constant, unceremonial. Raw. Harry understood what she meant. Unlike the ritualized, controlled necromancy they practiced, the forest operated on primal principles, life and death intertwined in endless cycles without human intervention. A sound like silver bells drifted through the trees, followed by the soft glow of moonlight seemingly concentrated into physical form. A unicorn entered the clearing, its coat luminous against the darkness, each step delicate yet deliberate as it approached the stream. "Don't move," Wednesday cautioned through their bond. "Let it become comfortable with our presence." The unicorn drank from the stream, occasionally raising its head to scan the surroundings. Its spiral horn gleamed with an inner light that cast prismatic reflections on the water's surface. After several minutes, it seemed to relax, lowering its guard enough to graze on the tender shoots growing along the streambank. "Now what?" Harry asked silently. "I'll approach first." Unicorns favor feminine energy, particularly from those untouched by physical relationships. "Stay here and maintain calm thoughts." Wednesday rose slowly, keeping her movements fluid and unhurried. The unicorn's head snapped up, nostrils flaring as it assessed this new development. It took a step backward but didn't flee, watching Wednesday with intelligent eyes that reflected starlight. "Noble one," Wednesday said in a voice softer than Harry had ever heard from her. "We seek your aid for a purpose of justice. A wrong that must be righted through ancient magic." She extended her empty hands, palms upward in supplication. The unicorn regarded her warily, pawing the ground once before taking a tentative step forward. Wednesday remained perfectly still as the creature approached, its breath creating small clouds in the cool night air. When it stood directly before her, Wednesday slowly, very slowly, reached toward her robe pocket. "May I?" she asked, as if the unicorn could understand English. Perhaps it could, for it dipped its head in what appeared to be permission. She withdrew a small silver comb and held it up for the unicorn's inspection. "For your mane, if you would grant us that honor. The strands that come away freely, nothing more." To Harry's amazement, the unicorn actually lowered its head, bringing its flowing mane within Wednesday's reach. With reverent care, she drew the comb through the silvery strands, collecting loose hairs that came away without resistance. The unicorn stood patiently through this process, occasionally making soft sounds like distant chimes. When she had gathered perhaps 24 strands, Wednesday bowed deeply. "Our gratitude, noble one. May your paths be clear and your waters sweet." The unicorn returned her gaze for a long moment, then surprised them both by extending its horn to touch Wednesday's forehead briefly before turning and departing the clearing with the same silent grace with which it had arrived. Harry emerged from his hiding place, joining his sister by the stream. "That was incredible," he whispered. "It's like it understood exactly what you wanted." "Unicorns perceive intention rather than language," Wednesday explained, carefully storing the precious hairs in a crystal vial. "They're among the few creatures that can distinguish between dark magic and necessary shadow work." Shadow work? Magic that deals with death, transformation, or hidden knowledge without malicious intent. She tucked the vial into an inner pocket of her robe. "What we practice isn't evil, Harry, despite what the Ministry's classifications might suggest. It's a natural counterbalance to more visible magics, necessary for maintaining equilibrium." A twig snapped somewhere in the darkness beyond the clearing, instantly putting them on alert. Wednesday extinguished her wand light, and Harry followed suit, both straining to identify the source of the disturbance. "Something's hunting," Wednesday breathed, barely audible. "Not an ordinary forest predator." Harry felt it too, a coldness that had nothing to do with the night air, a sense of wrongness that made his scar prickle uncomfortably. Through their bond, he sensed Wednesday's analytical mind cataloging possibilities, calculating escape routes. "There," she indicated silently, directing his attention to a patch of deeper darkness between two ancient yews. Something was moving, a cloaked figure gliding rather than walking, barely disturbing the underbrush as it approached. Harry's scar suddenly flared with pain so intense he nearly cried out, only Wednesday's hand clamping over his mouth preventing the sound. Through watering eyes, he saw the figure pause, as if sensing their presence despite their concealment. Voldemort, he managed through their bond, fighting waves of nausea. Same energy as Quirrell, but hungrier. Wednesday didn't question his assessment, immediately shifting to defensive mode. We need to leave. Now. He's not at full strength, but we're not ready to confront him yet. They began to retreat slowly, using the stream's gentle sounds to mask their movement. The hooded figure remained motionless, seemingly testing the air like a predator seeking prey. Just as Harry thought they might escape undetected, his foot dislodged a stone that clattered against others in a sound that seemed deafening in the tense silence. The figure's head snapped toward them, and Harry caught a glimpse of glowing red eyes beneath the hood. Without hesitation, Wednesday grabbed his arm and activated the emergency port key Hestia had prepared, a small stone carved with their initials that would transport them to the edge of the forbidden forest nearest Hogwarts. The familiar but unpleasant sensation of being hooked behind the navel and pulled through space lasted only seconds. They landed hard on damp ground, Wednesday maintaining her balance while Harry stumbled to his knees. "Are you all right?" she asked, helping him up while scanning their surroundings to ensure they were alone. Harry nodded, rubbing his scar which still throbbed dully. "What was that? Voldemort without Quirrell?" "No," Wednesday replied grimly. "Something else. A manifestation drawn to unicorns for their life force. Voldemort adjacent, perhaps, but not his primary consciousness. Like a projection? Or a fragment? Possibly." Wednesday's expression was troubled, a rarity that underscored the seriousness of the situation. "Whatever it was, its presence confirms our theories about Quirrell and the stone. The game is more complex than we anticipated." They made their way back to the castle, using the invisibility cloak and secret passages to avoid detection. Before separating for their dormitories, Wednesday handed Harry a small packet wrapped in black silk. "Dreamless sleep potion," she explained. "Your encounter with that entity may trigger nightmares or psychic bleed-through. This will create a barrier between your consciousness and external influences." Harry accepted the packet gratefully. "What about our plans? Does this change anything?" "It accelerates everything," Wednesday replied. "We now have two threats to manage, Dumbledore's manipulations and Voldemort's agenda. Neither can be allowed to succeed." She touched his shoulder briefly, an unusual physical gesture from his normally reserved sister. "Rest tonight. Tomorrow, we begin gathering the remaining components. The petrification ritual must be ready before either of our adversaries realizes what we're planning." The following week settled into a rhythm of careful preparation interspersed with maintaining their cover as ordinary students. Harry attended classes, played Quidditch, having been recruited to the Gryffindor team after a flying lesson incident with Malfoy, and cultivated friendships with his housemates. Wednesday continued her solitary existence among the Ravenclaws, though Harry noticed Hermione making tentative efforts to engage with her during their joint study sessions. They collected the third ritual component, Phoenix Ash, through an unexpected opportunity. During a transfiguration lesson, Professor McGonagall mentioned that Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix, was approaching his burning day. Phoenixes are among the few magical creatures whose entire life cycle can be observed within a short time frame, she explained to the class. From ancient age to fiery rebirth to hatchling, all within the span of minutes. Wednesday immediately recognized the potential. That evening, they used Harry's invisibility cloak to access the corridor leading to Dumbledore's office, waiting patiently until the headmaster departed for an evening meeting with ministry officials. "The gargoyle requires a password," Harry whispered as they stood before the stone guardian of Dumbledore's tower. "Not necessarily," Wednesday replied. She approached the gargoyle, placing her palm against its cold surface and closing her eyes in concentration. After a moment, she whispered something in that strange not quite Latin Harry had heard her use during rituals. The gargoyle shuddered slightly, then grudgingly stepped aside. "Stone recognizes stone," Wednesday explained. "Especially when addressed in the language of its creation." Dumbledore's office was a wonder of magical artifacts and curiosities, but they focused solely on their objective, the golden perch where Fawkes sat in a state of advanced decrepitude. The phoenix looked ancient beyond measure, his once brilliant plumage reduced to dull red and grey, his eyes rheumy with age. As they watched, a single feather detached and floated to the floor. Wednesday collected it reverently, placing it in a special container she'd prepared. Fawkes observed them with surprising alertness given his condition, his gaze particularly intense when it fell on Harry. "He knows why we're here," Wednesday murmured. "But he's not alarmed. Phoenixes understand the balance between life and death better than most creatures." As if in response to her words, Fawkes suddenly burst into flames. The conflagration was brief but intense, reducing the magnificent bird to a mound of ash in seconds. From this ash, a tiny, wrinkled head emerged, the newborn phoenix beginning its cycle anew. Wednesday carefully collected a portion of the still warm ash, being careful not to disturb the hatchling. 3 components secured, she said with satisfaction. Only the basilisk venom remains. Which is also the most difficult, Harry pointed out as they prepared to leave. Where exactly does one find basilisk venom in a school? In the Chamber of Secrets, Wednesday replied as if it were obvious. Slytherin's legendary hidden chamber, rumored to contain a basilisk that only his true heir could control. Harry stared at her. "That's real? I thought it was just a story." "Most stories contain elements of truth. The question isn't whether the chamber exists, but how to locate and access it." Wednesday paused by Dumbledore's bookshelf, scanning the titles with interest. "Legend says it's hidden somewhere in the castle, accessible only to parcelmouths." Parcelmouths? Those who speak the language of serpents. A rare ability, typically hereditary within certain bloodlines, most notably Slytherin's own. Harry frowned. "So we need to find a secret chamber that only opens for someone with an ability neither of us possesses?" "Not necessarily," Wednesday replied, selecting a book from the shelf and leafing through it briefly before replacing it. "Parcelmouth ability can manifest through other means, possession, ritual invocation, or proximity to powerful serpentine artifacts. We simply need to explore alternatives." They departed Dumbledore's office without incident, the gargoyle resuming its vigilant stance behind them. As they made their way through the darkened corridors, Harry considered their progress. In less than 2 months at Hogwarts, they had secured 3 of the 4 components needed for the petrification ritual, established their public persona successfully, and identified both Dumbledore's and Voldemort's apparent objectives. Yet questions remained. The Foundation Spirit's cryptic reference to the stone being a twin, like you, continued to puzzle them. The nature of the entity they'd encountered in the forest remained unclear. And the growing tension between Quirrell and Snape, which Harry had observed during meals in the Great Hall, suggested complications they hadn't fully mapped. "We're missing something," he said as they reached the point where they would separate. "Something connecting all these elements." Wednesday nodded, her expression thoughtful. "The answer lies with our parents. Whatever happened the night they died created ripples we're still tracking. We need to commune with them directly. Using the resurrection stone. Eventually, yes. But first, we can use more conventional necromancy." She withdrew a small pouch from her robes. "I've been collecting materials from their contemporaries, a strand of McGonagall's hair, a thread from Hagrid's coat, a drop of potion from Snape's personal supply. People who knew them well, whose memories retain impressions of their essence." A sympathetic summoning, Harry realized. Using connections to draw their spirits temporarily into communication range. Exactly. We'll perform it on Samhain, Halloween, when the veil between worlds naturally thins. 3 days from now. As Harry made his way back to Gryffindor Tower, he felt a complex mixture of emotions. The prospect of speaking with his parents, even as transient spirits, filled him with longing. Yet their plans were advancing toward an inevitable confrontation with Dumbledore, the wizard who, for all his manipulations, had been viewed by the wizarding world as its greatest protector. "Are we doing the right thing?" he asked himself, not expecting an answer. To his surprise, Wednesday's thoughts drifted into his mind, their bond strengthening with each ritual they performed together. Right and wrong are artificial constructs, brother. We're doing the necessary thing. For ourselves, for our parents, and for the balance that must be maintained. Her certainty comforted him as he slipped into the dormitory, where Ron's snores provided cover for his late return. Whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together. The twins' death couldn't permanently separate. Halloween at Hogwarts brought floating pumpkins, live bats, and a feast that seemed designed to induce both delight and indigestion. Harry participated in the celebrations with his housemates, though his mind was elsewhere, focused on the ritual they would perform later that night. He caught glimpses of Wednesday at the Ravenclaw table, observing that she ate nothing. Fasting before significant necromantic workings was standard practice, Hestia had taught them, as it sharpened perception of non-physical energies. As the feast progressed, Harry noticed Professor Quirrell's conspicuous absence from the high table. Dumbledore seemed unconcerned, engaged in animated conversation with Professor Flitwick, but Snape's dark eyes repeatedly scanned the entranceway with suspicious intensity. Shortly before dessert appeared, the doors to the Great Hall burst open. Quirrell staggered in, his turban askew and terror on his face. "Troll," he gasped, reaching the middle of the hall before collapsing dramatically. "Troll in the dungeons, thought you ought to know." He slumped to the floor in a dead faint. The hall erupted into panic, silenced only when Dumbledore shot purple firecrackers from his wand. "Prefects," he rumbled, "lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately." As Percy began shepherding Gryffindors toward the exit, Harry received an urgent message through his bond with Wednesday. "Don't go to the dormitory. Meet me in the third-floor corridor. This is a diversion." Harry slipped away from his classmates in the confusion, making his way to the designated meeting point. Wednesday was already there, her expression grim. "Quirrell released the troll deliberately," she said without preamble. "To clear the castle while he attempts to bypass the Cerberus." "Shouldn't we let him?" Harry asked. "If he's working for Voldemort, and he gets the stone. We need to observe, not intervene," Wednesday clarified. "Understanding his methods may reveal weaknesses we can exploit later. Besides, I suspect Dumbledore's security has more layers than Quirrell anticipates." They disillusioned themselves and approached the forbidden door cautiously. From within came the sounds of growling followed by a melodic tune. Someone was using music to subdue the three-headed dog, just as Wednesday had predicted. They waited until the music and growling ceased before easing the door open slightly. The Cerberus lay slumbering, a enchanted harp playing beside it. The trapdoor stood open, revealing darkness below. "Should we follow?" Harry whispered. Wednesday considered briefly, then nodded. "Carefully. We need to see what challenges lie beyond, but avoid confrontation." They slipped through the door and approached the trapdoor. Peering down, they saw only blackness. "Lumos," Wednesday whispered, dropping a small enchanted light into the void. It fell for several seconds before illuminating what appeared to be a mass of plant tendrils. "Devil's Snare," she identified. Easily bypassed with fire or relaxation techniques. A distant crash echoed from below, followed by what sounded like the jingling of many keys. "Someone's making progress through the obstacles," Harry observed. "Quirrell?" "Most likely. Though Snape was also missing from the feast by the time Quirrell arrived. They had just decided to descend and observe the challenges firsthand when footsteps approached from the corridor, light but deliberate, accompanied by the swish of robes. "Someone's coming," Harry hissed, pulling Wednesday away from the trapdoor. They pressed themselves against the wall, disillusionment still active, as the door creaked open. Professor Snape entered, his wand raised and expression vigilant. He surveyed the room quickly, noting the sleeping Cerberus and open trapdoor with narrowed eyes. Without hesitation, he conjured his own musical instrument, a violin that played itself, and approached the opening. Before he could descend, however, the dog began to stir. The enchanted harp had stopped playing, its magic apparently time-limited. Snape backed away rapidly as 3 massive heads rose, 6 eyes blinking sleepily before focusing on the intruder with growing hostility. Finite incantatem, Snape snarled, pointing his wand at the violin, which immediately ceased playing. The Cerberus fully awakened now, hackles raised and teeth bared. To Harry's bewilderment, Snape made no attempt to subdue the beast again. Instead, he backed toward the door with a satisfied expression, as if the creature's restoration to watchfulness had been his goal all along. As Snape departed, Wednesday tugged Harry's sleeve, indicating they should follow. They slipped out behind the potion's master, maintaining a safe distance as he moved purposefully through the corridors. "Where's he going?" Harry whispered. "Not to the dungeons to deal with the troll," Wednesday observed. "Somewhere else entirely." They tracked Snape to the second floor, where he entered the girls' bathroom. Exchanging puzzled glances, they approached the door, hearing raised voices from within. "Know what you're after, Quirrell," Snape's voice carried clearly. "Did you think your little distraction would work?" I don't know what you mean," came Quirrell's stuttering reply. "I was simply checking all areas for the T-Troll." "Save your performance for the students and Dumbledore," Snape sneered. "We both know what lies beneath that turban, don't we?" A sudden crash interrupted their conversation, followed by an earth-shaking roar that could only belong to the troll Quirrell had allegedly spotted in the dungeons. Wednesday pulled Harry back just as the bathroom door burst open. Snape emerged, wand raised, with Quirrell close behind, his face pale with what appeared to be genuine terror. The troll, a massive, granite-skinned mountain species, lumbered after them, swinging a club the size of a small tree. It spotted the fleeing professors and gave chase with surprising speed for such a lumbering creature. "This presents an opportunity," Wednesday murmured, watching the chaos unfold. "With everyone distracted by the troll, we can perform the summoning ritual without interruption," Harry finished, understanding immediately. They made their way to the location Wednesday had prepared days earlier, a small, unused classroom in the North Tower, far from the troll's rampage and the main traffic areas of the castle. Inside, a ritual circle had already been established, hidden beneath a false section of flooring that Wednesday had enchanted. "The preparations are complete," she said, revealing the circle with a wave of her wand. "All we need are the final components." From her robes, she produced a silver bowl, into which she placed the collected items from their parents' contemporaries, McGonagall's hair, Hagrid's thread, Snape's potion drop. Harry contributed a torn piece of his invisibility cloak, the only true possession of his father's he owned. "Blood of their blood," Wednesday intoned, pricking her finger and allowing a drop to fall into the bowl. Harry did the same, their combined offering sizzling slightly as it made contact with the other items. The ritual was shorter than Harry expected but no less intense. Wednesday spoke the invocation in that strange not quite Latin, the words seeming to echo in the small room despite her quiet delivery. The air grew thick and cold, shadows deepening in the corners as the veil between worlds thinned in response to their calling. For several long moments after the final words, nothing happened. Then gradually, like photographs developing in solution, 2 figures began to materialize within the circle, translucent and wavering but unmistakably human in form. "James," one whispered, the sound like wind through dry leaves. "Lily," replied the other, equally ethereal. As the figures gained definition, Harry's breath caught in his throat. His father, tall and lean with the same unruly hair that Harry possessed. His mother, slender with flowing red hair and the green eyes Harry saw in his own reflection. Both appeared as they had in life, not as broken victims but in the prime of their youth. "Harry," Lily's spirit said, her voice stronger now, eyes filled with emotions that transcended death. "My son." "And Wednesday," James added, turning to Harry's sister with evident pride. "Our beautiful, formidable daughter." "You know me?" Wednesday asked, a rare vulnerability in her voice. "Even though we were separated?" "Death reveals what life conceals," Lily explained. "We've watched you both, though reaching you was impossible until now." "We have questions," Harry said, finding his voice at last. About what happened the night you died. About Dumbledore and his plans. The spirits exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. We suspected this day would come, James said gravely. When you would need the truth. Dumbledore is not what he presents to the world, Lily began. His interest in you, in both of you, has never been merely protective. He seeks the hallows, James continued. Has sought them his entire life. My cloak was only the beginning. When the prophecy came, pointing to one of you as Voldemort's downfall, he saw an opportunity to acquire the remaining hallows through you. What prophecy? Harry asked. A prediction that a child born as the 7th month dies would have the power to vanquish the Dark Lord, Lily explained. It could have referred to either of you, twins born minutes apart at the end of July. Or to another child entirely, James added. The Longbottom boy was born the day before you. But Dumbledore interpreted it to mean Harry specifically, after Voldemort marked you with that scar. He separated us deliberately, Wednesday stated rather than asked. To weaken our bond. Lily's spirit nodded, sorrow evident in her translucent features. The twin bond between necromancers is powerful beyond measure. Together, you represented a variable he couldn't control. Apart, he believed he could shape at least one of you to his purpose. Which is what, exactly? Harry pressed. To become master of death in his place, James replied. To obtain all 3 hallows and then sacrifice that power, and possibly your life, to defeat Voldemort once and for all. A grand design in which you are both pieces, not players. And the stone on the 3rd floor? Wednesday asked. What is it really? Not the Philosopher's Stone, though that's what he wishes everyone to believe, Lily said. It's the Resurrection Stone, or half of it. Dumbledore split it, weakening its power but making it impossible for anyone to use it fully without obtaining both halves. Where is the other half? Harry asked. In the place where his sister died, James answered cryptically. Where his greatest regret and greatest ambition were born simultaneously. The spirits began to fade slightly, their forms becoming less distinct. Our time grows short, Lily said urgently. The veil thickens again. Wait, Harry pleaded. We need to know more. About the petrification ritual, is it the right course? Is there another way to stop Dumbledore without harming him permanently? The ritual you've chosen is appropriate, Lily confirmed. It incapacitates without destroying, preserving the possibility of restoration should that ever become necessary. One final warning, James added as they faded further. Beware the servant who appears a master, and the master who presents himself as servant. Not all allies are friends, and not all enemies seek your destruction. We love you, Lily's voice came, barely audible now. Both of you. Together you are whole, as you were always meant to be. The spirits dissipated completely, leaving only a lingering coolness in the air and the faint scent of autumn leaves and lily flowers. Harry and Wednesday stood in silence for several moments, processing everything they had learned. That was. Harry began, unable to find adequate words. Illuminating, Wednesday supplied, though her typically composed expression showed signs of emotional impact. And confirming much of what we suspected. The stone is split, Harry said, focusing on the practical implications. One half in the 3rd floor gauntlet, the other wherever Dumbledore's sister died. We need both to use it properly. And to prevent either Dumbledore or Voldemort from obtaining it, Wednesday added. The connection to the prophecy explains Dumbledore's specific interest in you rather than both of us. He's following a script written by fate, or his interpretation of it. Harry paced the small classroom, energy coursing through him despite the lateness of the hour. We need to accelerate everything. Find the Chamber of Secrets for the basilisk venom. Complete the ritual preparations. And somehow determine where Dumbledore's sister died. The latter may be simplest, Wednesday said, already clearing away the ritual components. Historical records should mention the death of a Dumbledore, particularly if it was significant enough to become the hiding place for half the Resurrection Stone. As they prepared to return to their dormitories, Harry paused at the door. "Do you think they're at peace? Our parents?" Wednesday considered the question with unusual thoughtfulness. "I don't believe necromancers experience death the way others do. They're not gone, merely transformed. Existing in a state we'll understand better when we join them, hopefully many decades from now." It was the closest thing to spiritual comfort Harry had ever heard from his pragmatic sister. He nodded, touched by the sentiment. "Tomorrow," Wednesday continued, returning to her typical efficiency, "we begin our search for the Chamber of Secrets. The basilisk venom is the final component we need. And then," Harry said with grim determination, "we prepare to confront the greatest wizard of the age." "Second greatest," Wednesday corrected with the faintest smile. "After the Potter twins." Chapter 3, The veil between morning light filtered through the high windows of the Hogwarts library, illuminating dust motes that danced in the air like miniature galaxies. Wednesday sat alone at a corner table, surrounded by towering stacks of books with titles like Secrets of the Founders, Salazar and His Legacy, and Hogwarts, a comprehensive architectural analysis. Her black quill scratched methodically across parchment as she compiled notes on the Chamber of Secrets. Harry found her there shortly after breakfast, sliding into the seat opposite with a furtive glance around to ensure they weren't observed. "Anything?" he asked in a hushed voice. Wednesday didn't look up from her work. "Fragments. Contradictions. Centuries of speculation without substance." She pushed a sheet of parchment toward him covered with her precise handwriting. "Salazar Slytherin supposedly built the chamber before leaving Hogwarts after a dispute with the other founders. Beyond that, accounts vary wildly." Harry scanned her notes. "Some say it's in the dungeons, others beneath the lake. One claims it's actually inside the astronomy tower." "People see what they expect to see," Wednesday replied, finally meeting his eyes. "But what's consistent is that Slytherin designed it to be accessed only by his true heir, who would release its monster to purge the school of those he deemed unworthy." "The basilisk," Harry murmured. "Presumably. Though again, the texts don't specify. Just Slytherin's monster or a horror beyond comprehension." Wednesday closed the book before her with a dissatisfied sigh. "We need primary sources, not centuries of hearsay." Harry leaned closer. "What about that book?" He nodded toward a slim volume bound in faded green leather that lay apart from the others. "The Serpent's Path, Salazar Slytherin's personal journals," Wednesday confirmed. "Or rather, translated excerpts. Most of the original text was in Parseltongue and remains untranslated. But there's a passage." She turned to a marked page and read aloud in a whisper, "I have completed my sanctuary within these walls, a chamber that shall remain sealed until my true heir returns to complete my noble work. Its entrance lies where water meets reflection, guarded by the tongue that only my blood shall speak." "Where water meets reflection," Harry repeated. "That could be anywhere, the lake, fountains, even bathroom sinks." Wednesday tapped the page thoughtfully. "The crucial detail is that it requires Parseltongue to open. Without that ability, knowing the location is meaningless." "There must be a way around that," Harry insisted. Hestia mentioned alternatives, ritual invocation, serpentine artifacts. Both require rare components we don't currently possess. Wednesday closed the journal. "However, there is another possibility. Our connection to Voldemort." Harry instinctively touched his scar. "You think he passed some abilities to me when he tried to kill us? It would explain the psychic bleed-through you experience in his presence. Parseltongue is strongly associated with Slytherin's line, from which Voldemort descends." Wednesday's dark eyes studied him with clinical interest. "Have you ever spoken to snakes, Harry?" "Not that I." Harry began, then stopped as a memory surfaced. "Actually, there was something at the zoo, before I knew about magic. A boa constrictor, I sort of freed it accidentally. It seemed to understand me, and I could have sworn it thanked me before escaping. A rare smile flitted across Wednesday's face. Then we have our solution. You already possess the ability, you simply haven't consciously accessed it. But how do I use it if I don't know what I'm saying? Intent drives magic more than specific words, Wednesday replied. We'll need a snake for you to practice with. Harry glanced around nervously. Where exactly are we going to find a snake in Hogwarts? Wednesday was already gathering her books. Professor Snape keeps several preserved specimens in his private stores. Living would be better, but dead will suffice for initial attempts. You want to break into Snape's personal supplies? Harry asked incredulously. Not break in, Wednesday corrected. I've been assisting him with inventory management after classes. He's found my organizational skills and knowledge of rare ingredients useful. Harry stared at his sister with newfound respect. You've been cultivating Snape as an ally? As a potential resource, she clarified. His interest in our mother's past makes him amenable to certain collaborations. Before Harry could respond, Hermione Granger appeared from between the bookshelves, her arms laden with thick volumes. There you are, she exclaimed, earning a sharp shoo from Madame Pants. Lowering her voice, she continued, Ron's been looking everywhere for you, Harry. Quidditch practice starts in 20 minutes, and Wood is already having kittens about the upcoming match with Slytherin. Right, Harry said, remembering his commitment to the Gryffindor team with a pang of guilt. His double life as ordinary student and necromancer in training sometimes created conflicting schedules. What are you researching? Hermione asked, glancing curiously at the books spread across the table. This isn't for any class assignment I know of. Wednesday smoothly slid Slytherin's journal beneath a larger tome. Family history. The Potter line has several notable gaps we're attempting to fill. Hermione's eyes lit with interest. I could help. I've been doing genealogical research as a side project. Magical family trees are fascinating, especially how they intersect with historical events. Your offer is noted, Wednesday replied coolly. But this is rather personal. Hermione's enthusiasm dimmed slightly, but she persisted. Actually, I wanted to ask you both something. After Halloween, well, that business with the troll was odd, wasn't it? And I've noticed Professor Quirrell acting strangely since then. Harry and Wednesday exchanged subtle glances. Hermione was entirely too perceptive for their comfort. Define strangely, Wednesday prompted. He disappears at odd hours. His stutter comes and goes depending on who he's talking to. And sometimes. Hermione lowered her voice further, sometimes I swear I've heard him having conversations with himself in empty classrooms. Have you mentioned this to anyone else? Harry asked casually. No. After what you said about not trusting the professors implicitly. She bit her lip. I thought perhaps you knew something I didn't. Observation without action is often wisest when dealing with uncertainty, Wednesday offered cryptically. Continue your surveillance, but maintain distance. Hermione looked surprised at this apparent endorsement of her amateur sleuthing. So you think something suspicious is happening too? Hogwarts contains many mysteries, Wednesday replied, neither confirming nor denying. Some better left unexplored until one is properly prepared. Harry stood, gathering his belongings. I'd better get to practice before Wood sends out a search party. We'll continue this later. He directed the last question to Wednesday. She nodded. 8 o'clock. Usual location. As Harry hurried toward the Quidditch pitch, his mind buzzed with their new discoveries. If he truly possessed the ability to speak Parseltongue, finding the Chamber of Secrets had just become significantly more probable. And with the basilisk venom, they could complete the petrification ritual preparations. Yet questions lingered. Where had Dumbledore's sister died? How would they obtain the second half of the Resurrection Stone? And perhaps most pressingly, how long could they continue their clandestine activities before either Dumbledore or Quirrell/Voldemort took notice? Again, Wednesday instructed, her voice patient but firm. Focus on the scales, the pattern. See the serpent as kin, not object. Harry stared at the preserved snake floating in a glass jar of clear solution. They were in an abandoned dungeon storeroom Wednesday had converted into a practice space, warded against detection with spells Hestia had taught them. I'm trying, he said, frustration creeping into his voice. But it just looks like a dead snake to me. Death is merely transformation, Wednesday reminded him. Its essence remains. Connect to that essence. Harry took a deep breath, letting his awareness expand as he'd learned during their necromantic studies. Slowly, the preserved serpent seemed to change before his eyes, not physically, but perceptually. He began to sense the echo of what it had been in life, its cold reptilian consciousness a faint imprint in the ether. Hello, he tried, the word emerging as a soft hiss that startled him. Wednesday's eyes widened fractionally, the equivalent of a gasp from anyone else. You did it, she said. That was parcel tongue. Really? Harry blinked in surprise. It sounded like English to me. Fascinating. The brain interprets the language as native speech while producing entirely different phonemes. She leaned forward, studying him with scientific interest. What did it feel like? Natural, Harry admitted. Like, remembering something I'd always known but never used. Try something more complex. Ask it about Slytherin's chamber. Harry focused again, the connection coming easier now. Where is the entrance to Slytherin's chamber of secrets? The words flowed in sibilant hisses that no longer surprised him. The preserved snake, of course, couldn't respond. But the act of speaking Parseltongue seemed to awaken something in Harry's mind, flashes of intuition that felt like memories but couldn't possibly be his own. Pipes, he said suddenly, reverting to English. It moves through the pipes. The basilisk, I mean. Wednesday's eyebrows rose. Interesting. Are you receiving impressions from somewhere? I don't know. It just came to me. Harry rubbed his scar, which had begun to tingle. Maybe it's the Voldemort connection again. If he opened the chamber before, then his knowledge might bleed through to you under the right circumstances. Wednesday jotted notes in her journal. This is significant. If the basilisk uses the plumbing system, then the entrance could be connected to it as well. A bathroom? Harry suggested, remembering their earlier discussion. Water meets reflection, mirrors, sinks. The old plumbing schematics would show major junctions. Wednesday was already gathering her things. And there's a ghost who might have relevant information, the one who haunts the second-floor girls' lavatory. She died during the last time the chamber was supposedly opened. Moaning Myrtle? Harry asked, recalling the ghostly figure Ron had mentioned with distaste. How do you know when she died? I make a point of introducing myself to all the castle's permanent spirits, Wednesday replied as if this were perfectly normal behavior. They're invaluable sources of historical information generally overlooked by the living. They left the storeroom, carefully ensuring no one observed their departure. As they ascended from the dungeons, Peeves the poltergeist swooped overhead, cackling madly while juggling what appeared to be Mrs. Norris's cat toys. Potter twins, what a sight! One seeks darkness, one seeks light, he sang mockingly before zooming away. Even the castle's nuisances have noticed our contrasting public personas, Wednesday observed. Your Quidditch hero status has provided excellent cover. Harry grimaced. The attention is awful. Everyone watching my every move, expecting greatness because of something I don't even remember doing. Fame is merely another tool, Wednesday replied pragmatically. One that creates shadows where I can work unobserved. They parted ways at the grand staircase, agreeing to investigate the second-floor bathroom the following day. Harry headed toward Gryffindor Tower, his mind still processing the discovery of his Parseltongue ability. He rounded a corner and nearly collided with Professor Dumbledore, who appeared to be admiring a particularly unremarkable painting of dancing trolls. Ah, Harry," the headmaster said pleasantly, blue eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles. "Just the student I was hoping to encounter." Harry's pulse quickened, but he maintained a neutral expression. "Professor? Is something wrong?" "Not at all, my boy. I simply realized that with all the excitement of your arrival at Hogwarts, we haven't had a proper chance to chat." Dumbledore gestured toward a nearby window seat. "Might I trouble you for a few moments of conversation?" Refusing would seem suspicious, so Harry sat, carefully avoiding direct eye contact by focusing on the headmaster's silver beard instead. "What did you want to talk about, sir?" "I find myself curious about your adjustment to Hogwarts," Dumbledore began genially. "Quite a change from your life with the Dursleys, I imagine." "It's brilliant here," Harry replied with genuine feeling, despite his wariness. "I've learned more in months than in years before." "Excellent, excellent. And your sister seems to be finding her place as well, albeit in her own, unique fashion." The casual mention of Wednesday sent warning signals through Harry's mind. "She's always been independent," he said carefully. "Even when we were reunited, she had her own way of doing things." "Indeed." Dumbledore's expression remained kindly, but his eyes sharpened slightly. "I must admit, her emergence came as quite a surprise. The protective enchantments I placed should have registered 2 magical children at Privet Drive, not 1. Harry's mind raced for the cover story they'd prepared. "We were separated after our parents died. Different guardians. Hestia found me after learning where I'd been placed." "Hestia Black," Dumbledore mused, stroking his beard. "Another unexpected development. I was under the impression she had perished during the war." "She's very private," Harry replied, struggling to keep his voice casual. "After what happened to our parents, she thought it safer to stay out of sight." "Understandable, those were dangerous times." Dumbledore's tone remained conversational, but Harry sensed the probing nature of his questions. "I'm curious about your mother's relationship with Ms. Black. Lily had many friends, but I don't recall her mentioning this particular connection." Harry felt sweat forming on his brow. They hadn't anticipated Dumbledore questioning the specific relationship between Lily and their supposed guardian. "I think they knew each other through potion studies," he improvised, drawing on what Wednesday had told him about their mother's talents. "Hestia doesn't talk much about the past. Says it's too painful." "Ah, yes. Loss affects us all differently." Dumbledore sighed, a shadow passing over his features. "Some retreat from the world, while others seek different forms of solace." Something in his tone made Harry glance up, momentarily meeting those piercing blue eyes before quickly looking away. In that brief contact, Harry felt a gentle pressure against his mind, subtle, almost imperceptible, but unmistakable to someone trained by Hestia to recognize mental intrusion. "I should probably get back to my dormitory," Harry said, rising. "I have a transfiguration essay due tomorrow." Of course, of course." Dumbledore stood as well, his manner still friendly. "Please know my door is always open to you, Harry. Should you ever wish to discuss your parents, your scar, or any unusual abilities you might discover." The emphasis on unusual abilities sent a chill down Harry's spine. Did Dumbledore somehow know about his parcel tongue? About their necromancy? "Thank you, Professor," he managed, backing away. "I'll remember that." As he hurried toward Gryffindor Tower, Harry reached out through his bond with Wednesday. "I just had a conversation with Dumbledore. He was asking questions about you and Hestia. I think he's suspicious." Her reply came immediately, tinged with concern. "What exactly did he ask?" Harry relayed the conversation as accurately as possible, including his impression that Dumbledore had attempted legilimency. "Did you feel him access any memories?" Wednesday asked. "I don't think so. I looked away quickly and kept my shields up like Hestia taught us." "Good. But this confirms he's watching us more closely than we realized." A pause. "We need to accelerate our timeline." Meet me at midnight, not in our usual spot. The astronomy tower instead, less likely to be monitored. Harry sent his agreement, then noticed Ron watching him curiously from across the common room. You all right, mate? Ron asked as Harry approached. You were staring into space with the strangest expression. Just tired, Harry lied, dropping into an armchair. Wood's training schedule is brutal. Ron launched into a discussion of Quidditch strategies for the upcoming match, and Harry forced himself to engage normally despite his racing thoughts. The walls were closing in. Dumbledore's interest, Quirrell's machinations, and their own dangerously illegal magical practices all converging toward an inevitable confrontation. We need to find that chamber, he thought grimly. Before time runs out. The second-floor girls' bathroom was flooded again, water seeping under the door and forming rivulets along the corridor. A "caution, wet floor" sign had been placed nearby, though Filch was nowhere to be seen, likely having given up on this particular battle against Moaning Myrtle's frequent tantrums. Wednesday pushed the door open without hesitation, Harry following more reluctantly. Inside, water covered the stone floor to a depth of several centimeters, reflecting the dim light from wall sconces. Sobs echoed from one of the cubicles, punctuated by occasional wails. Myrtle? Wednesday called, her voice neither sympathetic nor impatient, simply matter-of-fact. I've brought my brother to meet you. The sobbing stopped abruptly. A ghostly figure emerged through the cubicle door, a girl perhaps 14 years old, wearing outdated Hogwarts robes and thick glasses that magnified her perpetually tearful eyes. Oh, it's you, Myrtle said, her tone shifting from despondent to mildly interested. The strange Ravenclaw who asks about death. Her gaze shifted to Harry, then widened. And you've brought Harry Potter. The boy everyone talks about. Hello, Myrtle, Harry said awkwardly. I'm sorry to intrude on your bathroom. Myrtle giggled, floating closer. You can intrude anytime, she said with what appeared to be an attempt at flirtation. Most boys don't bother talking to me, being dead and all. Death is merely a different state of existence, Wednesday replied smoothly. And often, the dead have knowledge the living lack. Is that why you're here? Myrtle asked, suspicious now. More questions about how I died? We're interested in what you might have witnessed shortly before your death, Wednesday clarified. Specifically, any unusual sounds or voices. Myrtle's expression darkened. Why should I help you? Nobody cared when I was alive, and nobody cares now except to ask me about my horrible death. Harry intervened, sensing Wednesday's approach wasn't working. I care, Myrtle. It must be awful, being stuck here where it happened. If you help us, maybe we can make sure nothing like that happens to anyone else. The ghost considered him, floating in slow circles. You're different from your sister, she observed. Less frightening. She sighed dramatically. Fine. I'll tell you. I was crying in that cubicle because Olive Hornby had teased me about my glasses. Then I heard someone come in. A student? Harry prompted. No. It was a boy's voice. But he wasn't speaking English, it was like hissing and spitting. Harry and Wednesday exchanged significant glances. Parcel tongue, Wednesday whispered. I opened the door to tell him to go away, and then. Myrtle's voice dropped to a whisper. I died. Just like that? Harry asked, confused. Just like that, Myrtle confirmed. I remember seeing great big yellow eyes, by that sink over there. She pointed to a circular arrangement of sinks in the center of the bathroom. And then my body sort of seized up, and I was floating away. Wednesday was already examining the indicated sink, her fingers tracing the metal fixtures with methodical precision. This one doesn't work, she observed, turning the tap which remained dry. And look, there's an engraving here. Harry joined her, bending to examine where she pointed. A tiny snake had been etched into the copper, barely visible unless one knew to look for it. This is it, he breathed. The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Myrtle floated anxiously above them. What are you doing? That's where the monster came from. We're going to ensure it can't harm anyone else, Wednesday assured her, though her tone suggested more complex motives. Harry, can you try opening it? Harry focused on the tiny serpent, calling upon the same connection he'd established with the preserved specimen. The snake seemed to wriggle slightly under his gaze, becoming more lifelike. Open, he commanded, the word emerging as a sibilant hiss. Immediately, the sink began to move. It sank right out of sight, revealing a large pipe wide enough for a person to slide into, a pipe that plunged steeply out of sight into darkness. Extraordinary, Wednesday murmured, peering into the abyss. A vertical access shaft, likely connecting to the main sewer system beneath the castle. Myrtle had retreated to hover near the ceiling, looking terrified. The monster will kill you too, she wailed. Not if we approach correctly, Wednesday replied, already withdrawing items from her robes, a small mirror, a vial of something dark, and what appeared to be a blindfold. Basilisks kill with direct eye contact. Reflections merely petrify. And certain magical preparations can provide limited immunity to both effects. We're not going down there now, are we? Harry asked, eyeing the dark pipe with apprehension. We should prepare more thoroughly, bring proper equipment. Wednesday nodded. Reconnaissance first. We'll return tonight with everything necessary for extraction. She turned to Myrtle, her expression softening slightly. Thank you for your assistance. Your death need not have been meaningless. Myrtle seemed taken aback by this unusual form of comfort. Will you, come talk to me again? Even if you don't need information. Death binds all beings, Wednesday replied solemnly. We recognize your sacrifice. They closed the entrance with another parcel-tongue command from Harry, leaving Myrtle looking thoughtful rather than tearful, perhaps the first time since her death. As they exited the bathroom, Wednesday spoke in a hushed tone. We'll need specialized equipment for basilisk venom extraction. The creature is likely still alive, considering the preservation enchantment Slytherin would have placed on his noble work. Alive? Harry's eyes widened. You expect me to speak parcel-tongue to a living basilisk? It's our best option. Killing it would be both difficult and wasteful of a magical resource. If you can communicate with it, perhaps negotiate. Negotiate with a monster bred to purge Muggleborns from Hogwarts? Harry asked incredulously. Wednesday fixed him with her penetrating gaze. The basilisk is a tool, not the hand that wields it. Like necromancy itself, it is the intent behind the power that determines its moral valence. And if it tries to kill us anyway? Then we implement contingency protocols. She touched the small bag at her waist. I've been preparing for this possibility since we learned of the chamber's existence. They parted ways to attend afternoon classes, agreeing to meet that night for their expedition into Slytherin's legendary chamber. As Harry headed toward herbology, his thoughts were interrupted by a now familiar pain lancing through his scar. Professor Quirrell stood at the intersection of two corridors, apparently engaged in heated whispered conversation with himself. His back was to Harry, but there was no mistaking the distinctive purple turban. As Harry watched from behind a suit of armor, Quirrell's posture changed, straightening from his usual nervous stoop to something more commanding. The boy is the key, Quirrell muttered, his voice lacking its customary stutter. Once we have confirmed the stone's location, he broke off suddenly, head turning as if sensing observation. Harry ducked further behind the armor, holding his breath. After a tense moment, Quirrell continued down the corridor, once again hunched and twitching as if nothing had happened. Wednesday, Harry called through their bond. Quirrell's getting more active. I just overheard him talking about the boy being the key. Unsurprising, came her reply. With Dumbledore showing increased interest in us, Voldemort likely feels pressure to accelerate his own plans. We must obtain the venom tonight. No further delays. Harry continued to herbology, his mind filled with images of massive serpents and ancient chambers. The pieces were falling into place, but time was running out. Whatever game of chess Dumbledore thought he was orchestrating, the twins were preparing to flip the board entirely. The astronomy tower offered a breathtaking view of the night sky, stars scattered across the velvet darkness like diamond dust. Wednesday was already there when Harry arrived under his invisibility cloak, her pale face illuminated by moonlight as she gazed upward. "The stars are aligned favorably," she observed as Harry materialized beside her. "Pluto ascendant in the House of Death. Auspicious timing for our venture." "I didn't know you followed astrology," Harry said, surprised. "All forms of divination have their uses," Wednesday replied pragmatically. "Though I prefer necromantic augury for precision." She withdrew a black velvet pouch from her robes and laid out its contents on the stone floor, 2 small vials of silvery liquid, a roll of parchment covered with protective sigils, and what appeared to be thin silver chains. "Basilisk countermeasures," she explained. "The potion temporarily alters visual perception, making indirect basilisk gazes survivable. The chains are alchemically treated to resist venom and constriction." "You've been planning this for a while," Harry observed. "Since our first week at Hogwarts," Wednesday confirmed. "The chamber was always our most likely source for basilisk venom. I simply required time to research proper extraction methods." She handed him one of the vials. "Drink this before we descend. It will last approximately 3 hours, more than sufficient for our purposes." Harry unstoppered the vial, hesitating briefly. "Where did you get the ingredients for this?" "Some of these protective potions require really restricted components. Professor Snape's private collection has proven accessible. He really should consider more robust warding on his storeroom." A ghost of a smile touched Wednesday's lips. "Though to be fair, he's been distracted lately, watching Quirrell." Harry downed the potion, wincing at its bitter taste. A strange sensation washed over him, like looking through a camera lens that couldn't quite focus properly. Colors seemed slightly shifted, edges blurred then sharpened in waves. "Side effect of the perceptual alteration," Wednesday explained, noticing his discomfort. "Your brain is processing visual input differently. It will stabilize shortly." Once they had both consumed the potion and gathered their equipment, they made their way to the second-floor bathroom. Hogwarts at night was eerily quiet, their footsteps echoing despite attempts at stealth. Twice they had to hide from patrolling prefects, and once from Mrs. Norris, whose lamp-like eyes seemed to stare directly at them despite the invisibility cloak. The bathroom was deserted, Myrtle apparently haunting elsewhere for the night. Harry approached the marked sink, focusing on the tiny serpent engraving. "Open," he hissed in parcel tongue. As before, the sink receded, revealing the vertical pipe leading into darkness. Wednesday cast lumos, illuminating the first few meters of the descent. "I'll go first," she said, positioning herself at the edge. "Wait 30 seconds, then follow." Without hesitation, she slid into the pipe and disappeared from view. Harry counted silently, anxiety building with each passing second. What if the pipe led to a drop? What if the basilisk was waiting at the bottom? When he reached 30, he took a deep breath and pushed off, plunging into the slimy darkness. The pipe twisted and turned, sloping ever downward like a stone slide designed by someone with a warped sense of fun. Smaller pipes branched off in all directions, but the main channel continued its descent deep beneath the castle. After what seemed like minutes, the pipe leveled out, depositing Harry onto a damp stone floor with a thud. He rose gingerly, illuminating his wand to find Wednesday already examining their surroundings, a stone tunnel large enough to stand in, its walls slick with moisture. "Fascinating construction," she murmured. "These aren't merely sewer pipes. They're older than the castle's current plumbing system, likely original to Slytherin's design." "Which way?" Harry asked, noting that the tunnel extended in both directions. Wednesday pointed ahead. "Animal bones," she observed, indicating small skeletons scattered across the floor. "The basilisk hunts this way." They proceeded cautiously, wands raised and mirrors ready to deploy if necessary. The tunnel wound onward, occasionally branching but always maintaining one path notably larger than the others, the basilisk's primary route. A crunching sound underfoot made Harry jump. Looking down, he saw he'd stepped on what appeared to be a massive snake skin, emerald green and at least 20 feet long. Recently shed, Wednesday noted, kneeling to examine it. Within the last month. The basilisk is active, not dormant. Wonderful, Harry muttered. Just what we needed to hear. They continued forward until the tunnel ended at a solid wall, carved with two entwined serpents, their eyes set with gleaming emeralds that caught the wandlight like real reptilian gazes. Another entrance, Harry realized. Open, he commanded in parcel tongue. The serpents parted as the wall cracked down the middle, the halves sliding out of sight to reveal an enormous chamber beyond. They entered cautiously, illuminating the space with brighter wandlight. The chamber of secrets stretched before them, a vast hall supported by towering stone pillars entwined with carved serpents. At the far end stood a monumental statue of Salazar Slytherin, his ancient, monkeyish face reaching nearly to the ceiling. Between the pillars, channels of dark water reflected their lights like obsidian mirrors. Slytherin certainly had a flair for the dramatic, Harry whispered, his voice still echoing in the cavernous space. Theatricality often accompanies power, Wednesday replied, her attention fixed on the statue. The basilisk likely resides within, see how the mouth is slightly open. Harry studied the statue, noting the opening Wednesday indicated, large enough for a massive serpent to pass through. How do we call it without getting killed immediately? We don't call it yet. Wednesday moved toward a smaller structure to one side of the chamber, what appeared to be an altar or workspace carved from the same greenish stone as the pillars. This first. The surface was inscribed with serpentine patterns surrounding a central basin. Ancient implements hung on the wall behind it, silver knives, crystal vials, and tools Harry couldn't identify. All were covered in centuries of dust. Slytherin's workstation, Wednesday breathed, reverence creeping into her typically emotionless voice. Where he conducted his most private research. She began examining the tools while Harry kept watch, every sense alert for movement. The chamber felt alive somehow, as if the very walls observed them, judging their worthiness to be there. Look at this, Wednesday called softly, indicating a leather-bound book protected in a crystal case. The tome appeared perfectly preserved despite its obvious age, the cover embossed with a silver serpent. Slytherin's actual journal? Harry asked, joining her. More specific, his research on the basilisk itself. Wednesday studied the case without touching it. Protected by preservation charms and likely blood wards as well. Can you open it? Wednesday considered, then reached into her robes and withdrew a small silver knife, the same one they used in blood rituals. Parseltongue activates the chamber's primary enchantments. For secondary protections, blood recognition is logical. She pricked her finger, then Harry's, allowing their combined blood to drip onto the case's clasp. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the crystal began to glow with an inner green light, and the lid lifted silently. The Potter necromantic bloodline must share distant ancestry with Slytherin, Wednesday observed, carefully removing the book. Or perhaps the chamber recognizes our connection to Voldemort, his last known heir. She opened the journal, revealing pages covered in elegant script interspersed with detailed anatomical drawings of basilisks. Most of the text appeared to be in an archaic form of English, though certain passages were written in Parseltongue script, curves and lines that seemed to move subtly on the page. Can you read those sections? She asked, pointing to the serpentine writing. Harry studied the moving script, surprised to find it resolved into legible text when he focused. This part talks about venom extraction, he said, running his finger along the lines. The king of serpents yields its essence most freely when approached with respect rather than dominance. Unlike lesser creatures, it cannot be commanded, only persuaded. Suggesting a more diplomatic approach than I anticipated, Wednesday mused. Does it mention specific methods? Harry continued reading. It says the venom should be collected directly from the living basilisk using crystal or silver receptacles. Never copper or iron, which contaminate the essence. He turned the page, finding a detailed illustration of the procedure. There's a specific fang they recommend tapping, the secondary left fang, not the primary striking fangs. Wednesday withdrew several crystal vials from her pack. That aligns with standard venomous creature extraction protocols. The question remains how to approach it safely. The book mentions something called the sleeping song, Harry continued, translating another Parseltongue passage. A specific melody that induces a trance state, making the basilisk temporarily docile. Can you decipher the notation? Harry studied the musical symbols inscribed beside the text. They resembled no musical notation he recognized, consisting of serpentine curves with dots positioned along their length. I think. He began, then felt a strange intuition, the same connection that had allowed him to speak Parseltongue. I think I need to sing it, not read it. Proceed cautiously, Wednesday advised, positioning herself behind him with mirror ready. I'll maintain defensive posture. Harry took a deep breath, focusing on the serpentine notation until it began to make a strange kind of sense. Then he began to sing, or rather, to produce a series of melodic hisses and soft, undulating sounds that resonated oddly in the chamber. For several tense moments, nothing happened. Then a scraping sound echoed from within the statue's mouth. Harry continued the song, forcing himself to remain calm as an enormous serpentine head emerged from the opening, scaled and poisonous green, with yellow eyes the size of dinner plates. Don't look directly at it, Wednesday reminded through their bond. Use the reflection in the water. Harry kept singing, watching the basilisk's reflection as it slithered fully into the chamber. It was massive, easily 60 feet in length, its body as thick as an oak trunk. The creature moved with surprising grace for its size, coiling in the center of the chamber as it listened to Harry's song. Gradually, its movement slowed, the giant head lowering to rest on its coils. The deadly eyes closed, and a sound like distant thunder rumbled from its throat, a basilisk's version of a purr. It's working, Harry whispered, momentarily breaking the song. It's entering the trance state. Maintain the melody, Wednesday instructed, moving carefully toward the somnolent creature with crystal vials ready. I'll extract the venom. Harry resumed singing, watching through water reflections as his sister approached the basilisk with remarkable composure. Following the diagrams from Slytherin's journal, she identified the correct fang and positioned a vial beneath it. With practiced precision, she pressed a specific point at the base of the fang, causing venom to flow in a viscous emerald stream into the crystal container. She filled 3 vials before carefully withdrawing. The entire process took less than 5 minutes, but to Harry it felt like hours, every muscle tense with the effort of maintaining the soothing melody while his sister worked inches from instant death. When she finally backed away, securing the vials in padded containers, Harry gradually concluded the song with the closing notes indicated in the journal. The basilisk remained in its trance-like state, though its breathing had deepened. We should leave before it fully awakens, Wednesday suggested, already gathering their equipment. Harry nodded, but something made him pause. The massive creature had served as Slytherin's guardian for centuries, isolated in this chamber with no purpose but to wait. A strange kinship stirred within him, he too had been confined in darkness, alone and without purpose, until Wednesday found him. Thank you, he hissed in Parseltongue. We'll return someday. One enormous eye opened slightly, regarding him not with killing intent but with something that might have been curiosity. Then it closed again, and the basilisk resumed its slumber. They retreated from the chamber, the enchanted wall sealing behind them. The return journey through the pipe system seemed faster, aided by Wednesday's discovery of a secondary exit that deposited them in a disused corridor on the first floor. We have all 4 components now, she said as they made their way cautiously back toward the main part of the castle. The grave dust, unicorn hair, phoenix ash, and basilisk venom. We can begin final preparations for the petrification ritual. What about the second half of the resurrection stone? Harry reminded her. We still don't know where Dumbledore's sister died. Actually, I do. Wednesday pulled him into an alcove as Filch passed at the far end of the corridor. While you were at Quidditch practice yesterday, I found references in the library archives. Ariana Dumbledore died in Godric's Hollow in 1899, during a three-way duel between Albus Dumbledore, his brother Aberforth, and Gellert Grindelwald. Godric's Hollow? That's where our parents lived, Harry realized. Where Voldemort attacked us. Precisely. The location has significance beyond coincidence. I believe Dumbledore deliberately positioned your family there, near where he had hidden part of the Resurrection Stone decades earlier. But how do we get to Godric's Hollow? We can't exactly leave Hogwarts for a day trip. Wednesday's expression turned contemplative. Perhaps we don't need to physically travel there. Not if we use necromancy instead of conventional methods. A remote viewing ritual? Harry guessed. Or spirit projection? More direct than that. Wednesday withdrew the vial of unicorn hair from her robes, the silvery strands glowing softly in the dim light. Unicorn hair has properties that transcend normal space-time constraints. Combined with our twin bond and a proper necromantic framework, we could create a temporary portal, Harry finished, understanding her direction. Like a modified summoning ritual, but for objects instead of spirits. Exactly. But it will require significant power, more than either of us can channel individually. Harry nodded, recognizing the implication. We'll need to perform the ritual together, using our twin bond as an amplifier. And we'll need to do it soon, Wednesday added. Dumbledore's suspicions are growing, and Quirrell appears to be finalizing his own plans for the stone. They continued their journey back to their respective dormitories, discussing the portal ritual details in hushed tones. As they reached the point where they would separate, Harry felt a strange sensation, like invisible fingers brushing against the edge of his consciousness. Someone's watching us, he whispered, glancing around the empty corridor. Wednesday nodded almost imperceptibly. I've felt it too. Not Dumbledore's direct observation, but something else. Something, between worlds. What do you mean? The castle has many layers of awareness, she replied cryptically. Some placed deliberately, others formed organically over centuries. Whatever watches us now exists at the intersection of those layers. Harry shivered despite himself. Is it dangerous? Not immediately. But it reports to someone who might be. Wednesday squeezed his arm briefly. Be careful returning to your dormitory. We'll perform the portal ritual tomorrow night, in the foundation chamber where we communed with the castle's oldest spirit. As Harry made his way back to Gryffindor Tower, the feeling of observation persisted, not threatening but unsettlingly attentive, like a scientist watching a particularly interesting specimen. He strengthened his mental shields as Hestia had taught them, though he wasn't certain they would be effective against whatever form of surveillance this was. One thing was certain, their window of opportunity was closing rapidly. If they couldn't retrieve the second half of the Resurrection Stone and complete the petrification ritual soon, both Dumbledore and Voldemort would move against them. And caught between two of the most powerful wizards in history, even necromancers with their particular talents would find themselves outmatched. Tomorrow, then, he confirmed through their bond as he reached the portrait hole. Tomorrow, Wednesday's thoughts echoed back. The veil between worlds thins for us, brother. Soon we'll hold the power that Dumbledore has coveted his entire life. The next day passed in a haze of anticipation and preparation. Harry attended classes mechanically, his mind occupied with reviewing the complex ritual they would attempt that night. Wednesday had provided him with scrolls detailing his part in the working, elaborate incantations and precise movements that would need to be performed in perfect synchronization with her own. During potions, Snape seemed particularly attentive to Harry's work, hovering over his cauldron with a scrutiny that made him nervous. Had the professor noticed the missing ingredients from his private stores? Or was it something else entirely? Your chopping technique has improved, Potter, Snape observed silkily. Almost as if you've received specialized instruction beyond my classroom. Just practicing, sir, Harry replied, keeping his eyes on the mandrake root he was dicing. Indeed. Snape's dark eyes bored into him. Your sister displays similar aptitudes. Curious, given your separate upbringings. Before Harry could formulate a response, Neville's cauldron erupted across the room, providing a welcome distraction as Snape swooped away to berate the unfortunate student. He suspects something, Harry communicated to Wednesday during lunch, watching her at the Ravenclaw table where she sat in her customary isolation. Of course he does, came her reply. Snape is neither blind nor stupid. But his suspicions run in useful directions. He believes we're merely practicing advanced potion craft, not full necromancy. Is that good or bad for us? Neutral for now. His own secrets make him hesitant to expose ours. Watch for Professor Quirrell, he's been absent from meals today. Harry glanced at the staff table, noting the empty seat where the defense against the dark arts teacher usually sat. You think he's making his move on the stone? Not yet. More likely reconnaissance, finalizing his approach. Our timing is fortunate, tonight's ritual should place us one step ahead. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of the Weasley twins, who plopped down on either side of Harry with identical mischievous grins. Planning mischief with your sister via twin telepathy? Fred, or possibly George, asked cheerfully. Harry nearly choked on his pumpkin juice. What? No. I was just thinking. Looked like more than thinking to us, George or possibly Fred, countered. We know that look, the silent communication thing. We do it all the time. Drives Mum batty, the other twin confirmed. But dead useful for coordinating pranks. Harry forced a laugh, trying to appear casual. We're not that coordinated yet. Still getting to know each other, really. Speaking of your mysterious sister, one twin said, leaning closer, is it true she asked Professor Sprout if mandrakes could be used to reanimate corpses? Or that she convinced a Slytherin first year she could speak to his dead grandmother, the other added. Those are just rumors, Harry insisted, though he wasn't entirely certain about the mandrake question. It did sound like something Wednesday would ask. Well, rumors or not, she's certainly made an impression. The twins exchanged glances. Just wanted to check you're doing all right. Must be strange, suddenly having a sister who's different. The genuine concern in their voices touched Harry unexpectedly. Despite their reputation as pranksters, the Weasley twins possessed a surprising perceptiveness and capacity for kindness. I appreciate that, he said honestly. But Wednesday's, well, she's family. My only real family. She's different, yeah, but so am I. The twins seemed satisfied with this answer and soon departed to torment Percy, leaving Harry to finish his lunch in contemplative silence. The interaction had reminded him of something easily forgotten amid their necromantic studies and plots against Dumbledore. They were still children, navigating social relationships alongside ancient magic and deadly conspiracies. Afternoon classes dragged interminably. During History of Magic, Harry found himself sketching the ritual circle they would create that night, hastily covering the drawing when Hermione glanced over curiously. In Charms, he barely managed a levitation spell he'd mastered weeks ago, his concentration fractured by anticipation. Finally, as darkness fell across Hogwarts, he made his excuses to Ron, headache, going to turn in early, and slipped out of Gryffindor Tower beneath his invisibility cloak. The corridors were quieter than usual. A Quidditch match between Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw had drawn most students to the stands despite the chilly November weather. Wednesday was waiting at their rendezvous point, a bundle of supplies cradled in her arms. The foundation chamber is prepared, she informed him without preamble. I've established the primary binding circle and placed the focusing crystals. Together they descended to the ancient ritual space deep beneath the castle, Harry keeping watch for Filch or patrolling ghosts while Wednesday navigated the increasingly obscure passages. The chamber looked markedly different from their last visit, the central basin now surrounded by a complex arrangement of symbols drawn in what appeared to be silver dust. Candles burned at specific points around the perimeter, their flames an unnatural blue-white that cast stark shadows against the ancient walls. Powdered moonstone for the primary circle, Wednesday explained, noting Harry's examination of the silver dust. It resonates with the unicorn hair and amplifies spatial manipulation energies. She handed him a robe of midnight blue silk, similar to her own but embroidered with slightly different sigils. Change into this. The fabric has been treated with a solution of phoenix ash and grave dust, creating a protective barrier between your physical form and the spiritual energies we'll be channeling. Harry donned the robe, feeling the material settle against his skin with unusual weight and warmth. It seemed to hum with subtle energy, responding to his own magical core. Now the venom preparation, Wednesday continued, removing a small silver cauldron from her bundle. She carefully extracted one vial of basilisk venom, adding it drop by drop to a mixture already simmering in the cauldron. The venom acts as a catalyst, breaking down conventional barriers between dimensional planes. The mixture turned from clear to deep emerald, then unexpectedly shifted to a shimmering silver that reminded Harry of unicorn blood. Wednesday added the unicorn hair next, speaking words of binding in that strange necromantic language as each strand dissolved into the solution. The grave dust and phoenix ash create the framework, she explained as she worked, while the unicorn hair provides the transcendent element. The basilisk venom activates the combination, restructuring reality temporarily to allow our reaching between spaces. Harry watched, fascinated by the precision of her movements. Where he had developed competence in necromantic practices, Wednesday had achieved something approaching artistry, each gesture and intonation perfectly calibrated for maximum effect. "What do you need me to do?" he asked as she completed the mixture. "Take your position there," she indicated a space opposite her across the basin. "When I begin the primary invocation, you'll recite the complementary phrases. Our timing must be perfect, each call and response occurring at precisely the right moment." Harry moved to his assigned position, the scroll of incantations prepared in his hand. The chamber seemed to darken around them, the candle flames burning brighter in contrast. Through their bond, he could feel Wednesday's absolute focus, her mind a precision instrument tuned to the complex harmonics of death magic. "We seek the fragment hidden in sorrow's wake," she began, her voice resonating with power that belied her youth. "The stone that bridges life and death, split by grief and guarded by remorse. We call across boundaries of flesh and spirit," Harry responded, the words seeming to draw themselves from his throat rather than being consciously spoken. "To the place where innocence was sacrificed, where three became two and brotherhood was sundered." Wednesday poured the silver potion into the basin, where it didn't pool but seemed to sink endlessly downward, creating the impression of infinite depth. "By blood of serpent king and hair of moon-blessed beast, by ash of eternal flame and dust of ageless rest, we open the way between. By twin sight and shared breath, by death touched and life preserved, we command the distance to yield," Harry continued, feeling power building around them like an electrical charge before lightning strikes. Together they extended their wands over the basin, touching the tips together to form an arch, Godric's hollow, place of ending and beginning, they spoke in unison. "Reveal what was hidden by Dumbledore's hand." The silver liquid in the basin began to swirl, faster and faster until it formed a vortex that emitted a cold, bluish light. Within this light, images formed, a small village square with a war memorial at its center, cottages with snow-covered roofs, a church with a graveyard beside it. "Focus on Ariana," Wednesday instructed, her voice tight with the effort of maintaining the portal. "See her final moments, the place where she fell." Harry concentrated, directing his thoughts toward the name and what little they knew of Dumbledore's sister. The images shifted, zooming toward a particular cottage at the village edge. The scene blurred, then resolved into the interior of a modest sitting room. Three young men stood with wands pointed at each other, one tall and auburn-haired who Harry somehow knew was Albus Dumbledore, another stockier with a wild expression that must be his brother Aberforth, and a third, handsome and golden-haired, radiating charismatic danger. Between them cowered a fragile-looking girl, her eyes wide with terror as multicolored spells flashed around her. Harry watched in horror as a stray curse struck her, her body crumpling lifelessly to the floor as the three duelists froze in shock and dawning grief. The scene shifted forward in time. The sitting room was empty now except for Albus, kneeling beside a hearthstone into which he pressed something small and dark before sealing it with complex wandwork and murmured enchantments. "There!" Wednesday exclaimed. "The hearthstone on the eastern wall. That's where he hid it." The image zoomed closer, and Harry could see the stone, a simple square of granite in the fireplace surround, indistinguishable from the others except for the faintest etching of a triangle containing a circle and line, the symbol of the Deathly Hallows. "Now comes the difficult part," Wednesday said, beads of sweat forming on her brow despite the chamber's chill. "We need to reach through the portal and retrieve it." "Reach through?" "Physically." "Not physically. Spiritually." She met his eyes across the swirling vortex. "This is where our twin bond becomes crucial. I'll maintain the portal while you project your consciousness through it. Together, we should have enough power to temporarily manifest your spiritual form there while keeping your physical body anchored here." Harry swallowed hard, but nodded his understanding. This was advanced necromancy beyond anything they'd attempted previously, the kind of working Hestia had warned required tremendous power and perfect control. "Focus on the stone," Wednesday instructed. "Feel yourself moving toward it, through the portal rather than around it. Your body remains here, but your essence travels." Harry concentrated, visualizing himself stepping into the vortex, moving through space toward the cottage in Godric's Hollow. At first, nothing happened beyond a slight dizziness. Then suddenly, sickeningly, he felt a wrenching sensation as if his consciousness was being pulled from his body. Cold engulfed him, not the physical cold of winter but a deeper, more fundamental chill that penetrated to his very core. He was moving, or rather, being drawn through swirling mists toward a distant light that gradually resolved into the cottage interior they had observed. "I'm here," he thought, surprised to find he had no physical voice in this state. "I can see the hearthstone." "Good," Wednesday's reply came, though fainter than usual across this expanded distance. "Move toward it. Intent is movement in this state." Harry willed himself forward, finding that thought translated directly to action in this semi-corporeal form. He approached the hearthstone, noting with surprise that he could perceive magical energies around it, a complex web of protective enchantments glowing in colors he'd never seen before. "There are wards," he reported. "Powerful ones. Expected. Blood magic most likely, given Dumbledore's methods. You share a connection to him through your scar, use that resonance." Harry wasn't entirely sure how to implement this suggestion, but he reached out with his essence toward the stone, focusing on the strange connection he'd always felt to Dumbledore, a mixture of respect, wariness, and something deeper he couldn't quite name. To his surprise, the wards responded, rippling like disturbed water before parting slightly, not a full disarmament, but enough to create an opening. He pressed forward, his non-corporeal hands touching the hearthstone. "Now comes the difficult part," Wednesday warned. "You'll need to extract the stone fragment without fully dismantling the wards, which would alert Dumbledore immediately." Harry focused on the stone itself rather than its protections, visualizing it separating from its setting while leaving the external enchantments intact, like removing the center of an egg without breaking the shell. To his surprise, the stone responded, beginning to phase out of its physical location. As it moved, Harry felt resistance, not just physical but magical, as if the stone itself was reluctant to be moved. Then something unexpected happened. The stone illuminated from within, emitting a soft golden glow that seemed to reach out toward him with tendril-like projections of light. "It's reacting to me," he communicated to Wednesday. "Almost like it recognizes me." "The resurrection stone responds to those with close connections to death," came her reply. "And as a Potter necromancer with a direct link to Voldemort, you qualify doubly." The stone finally separated from its setting, hovering in the spectral equivalent of Harry's palm. It was smaller than he'd expected, a simple black pebble with the hallows symbol etched into its surface. Despite its unassuming appearance, it radiated power that made his non-corporeal form vibrate in response. I have it, he reported. Now how do I get back? Follow our bond. I'll pull you through. Harry concentrated on the connection to his sister, feeling it like a silver cord stretching through the void between Godric's Hollow and Hogwarts. As he focused, the cottage scene began to fade around him, dissolving into mist through which that silver cord remained his only guide. The journey back seemed longer and more difficult than the outward trip. Several times he felt his awareness begin to scatter, as if his spiritual form was losing cohesion. Each time, a pulse of energy would travel along the bond from Wednesday, reinforcing his integrity until he could continue. Finally, with a sensation like surfacing from deep water, Harry's consciousness returned to his physical body. He gasped, staggering slightly as sensation returned, the cool stone beneath his feet, the flicker of candle flames, the smell of incense and potion ingredients. "Did you?" Wednesday began, then stopped as Harry opened his hand, revealing the small black stone resting on his palm. "I got it," he confirmed, his voice hoarse as if he'd been screaming, though he'd made no physical sound during the ritual. Wednesday smiled, a genuine, full smile so rare it transformed her usually solemn features. "Extraordinary work," she said, her voice betraying uncharacteristic emotion. "You've accomplished something few adult necromancers could manage." Harry felt a strange mix of exhaustion and elation. "We did it together," he corrected. "I couldn't have maintained focus without our bond." Wednesday carefully took the stone, examining it with reverent curiosity. "Half of the second hallow," she murmured. "Now we need only retrieve its twin from the third-floor corridor. And then perform the petrification ritual on Dumbledore," Harry added, the reality of their plan reasserting itself now that the euphoria of success was fading. "Yes." Wednesday's expression grew serious once more. "Though our time frame has contracted significantly. This working will have created magical disturbances noticeable to sufficiently attuned observers. Dumbledore? And others." She began clearing away the ritual components with efficient movements. "We should assume we have 48 hours at most before direct intervention becomes inevitable." Harry helped dismantle the ritual circle, his mind racing with implications. "So we need to get the other half of the stone from the third-floor gauntlet, reunite the pieces, and perform the petrification ritual, all within 2 days. Ideally sooner." Wednesday secured the stone fragment in a small lead box lined with protective sigils. "Quirrell will make his move for the stone soon as well. If we don't act before him, we'll face both him and Dumbledore simultaneously." They finished restoring the chamber to its original state, removing all evidence of their working. As they prepared to return to the upper levels of the castle, Harry felt that strange sensation of observation again, stronger now, as if their ritual had attracted greater attention from whatever watched from between worlds. "You feel it too?" Wednesday asked, noting his expression. He nodded. "It's closer somehow. More, focused. The veil between worlds thins around powerful necromancy," she explained, extinguishing the final candle. "What observes us exists partially in both realms, neither fully spirit nor fully physical. Is it dangerous? Not directly. But it serves as eyes for another." She touched the box containing the stone. "We've made our first significant move against Dumbledore's plans. His awareness will sharpen accordingly." As they made their way back through the labyrinthine passages beneath Hogwarts, Harry considered their position. They had achieved something remarkable tonight, retrieving half the resurrection stone through a working that should have been beyond their capabilities. Yet instead of triumph, he felt a growing sense of pressure, time contracting around them as powerful forces converged on their position. "Tomorrow," Wednesday said as they reached the point where they would separate, "we tackle the gauntlet and obtain the second half. The day after, we perform the petrification ritual." "What if Quirrell moves first?" Harry asked. "Or Dumbledore confronts us directly?" Wednesday's expression remained calm, but her eyes held a cold determination that reminded Harry forcefully of their mother's spirit during the summoning. "Then we adapt. Remember what Mother told us, together we are whole." What Dumbledore feared enough to separate us will become his undoing. She touched the skull pendant Harry wore beneath his robes, its twin hanging around her own neck. Rest tonight, brother. Tomorrow we continue our parents' work, balancing the scales that Dumbledore tilted for his greater good. As Harry made his way back to Gryffindor Tower, the weight of the pendant against his chest seemed heavier than before, a tangible reminder of the path they'd chosen and the confrontation that grew inevitable with each passing hour. The veil between worlds thins. Wednesday's thoughts came to him one final time as he reached his dormitory. And we walk both sides now. Chapter 4, Ritual of Bone and Shadow. Dawn broke over Hogwarts in ribbons of crimson and gold, but Harry Potter saw none of it. He sat cross-legged on his four-poster bed with the curtains drawn, a small leather-bound journal open before him. By wand light, he carefully sketched the series of movements Wednesday had instructed him to memorize, the precise gestures required for his role in the petrification ritual. Each sweep and flick needed to be performed with perfect timing, synchronized with Wednesday's complementary motions to create the magical resonance pattern that would transform living flesh to stone. Sleep had been elusive after their successful retrieval of the first resurrection stone fragment. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the spectral scene from Godric's Hollow, Ariana Dumbledore's terrified face, the flash of deadly magic, the profound grief that had driven Albus Dumbledore to split one of the world's most powerful magical artifacts. A rustling sound from beyond his curtains alerted him to his dormmates stirring. Quickly, Harry closed the journal and tucked it beneath his pillow. Today they would need to maintain their normal routines while planning their incursion into the third-floor corridor. One misstep now could bring everything crashing down around them. "You awake, Harry?" Ron's sleepy voice called. "Yeah," Harry replied, pulling back his curtains and feigning a yawn. "Just woke up." "Nightmare again?" Ron asked, noting Harry's rumpled appearance. "You were muttering in your sleep last night. Something about the stone and ritual." Harry froze momentarily before forcing a casual shrug. "Don't remember. Probably Quidditch nerves." Ron seemed to accept this explanation, launching into speculation about their upcoming match against Hufflepuff while they dressed. Harry participated in the conversation automatically, his mind elsewhere. "Ron heard me talking in my sleep," he sent through his bond with Wednesday. "We need better privacy measures." "Silencing charms on your bed curtains tonight," came her immediate reply. "Did you reveal anything specific?" "Just fragments about stones and rituals. Nothing concrete." "Still concerning. Accelerate the timeline." "Agreed. Tonight for the gauntlet. Tomorrow for the ritual." They broke the connection as Harry and Ron headed down to the Great Hall for breakfast. The Gryffindor table was abuzz with typical morning conversations, homework complaints, Quidditch speculation, and the latest gossip. Harry served himself porridge mechanically, his attention on the staff table. Dumbledore sat in his central chair, deep in conversation with Professor McGonagall. He appeared perfectly normal, eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles, gesturing animatedly with long fingers as he spoke. Nothing in his demeanor suggested awareness that half of his carefully hidden resurrection stone had been stolen the previous night. Professor Quirrell, however, was notably absent again. Harry's gaze drifted to the Ravenclaw table, where Wednesday sat isolated as usual, a leather-bound tome propped against a water pitcher as she read while methodically consuming a piece of dry toast. To casual observers, she appeared completely absorbed in her book. Only Harry could sense her heightened alertness, her awareness of every movement in the hall. Hermione dropped onto the bench beside him, already clutching a stack of books. "Good morning. I've been researching that Transfiguration essay, and I found something fascinating about the theoretical limitations of conjuring food. Can't it wait until after breakfast?" Ron groaned, mouth full of sausage. Hermione sniffed disapprovingly but closed her book. "Fine. But speaking of breakfast, your sister's eating habits are concerning, Harry. I've been observing, and she barely consumes 500 calories a day. That's not healthy for a growing witch." Harry glanced back at Wednesday, unsurprised by Hermione's assessment. Their necromantic practices often required periods of fasting or specific dietary restrictions. She has special nutritional needs, he offered vaguely. Like what? Vitamin deficiencies? Metabolic disorders? Hermione pressed, genuine concern in her voice. Before Harry could formulate a response, the morning post arrived in a flurry of owl wings. No mail came for Harry, Hestia communicated through more discreet channels than owl post, but a large barn owl dropped a black envelope in front of Wednesday. She opened it with a small silver letter opener she produced from her robes, read the contents without expression, then touched her wand to the parchment, which immediately burst into blue flames. "That's the third black letter she's received this week," Hermione observed. "And she always burns them immediately." "Maybe they're private," Ron suggested through another mouthful of food. "Or cursed," added Seamus from across the table. "My cousin got a black envelope once. Turned his hair green for a month." Harry knew the letters were from Hestia, coded messages using a cipher they developed over the summer. The blue flame was a specific charm that transferred the letter's contents directly to Wednesday's memory while destroying all physical evidence. "I'm sure she has her reasons," Harry said, standing abruptly. "I need to grab something from the dormitory before class." He left the great hall, sensing Wednesday rising from her own table moments later. They convened briefly in a hidden alcove on the second floor, their conversation shielded by privacy charms. "Hestia's warning," Wednesday said without preamble. "The Ministry detected unusual magical energy in Godric's Hollow last night. Aurors investigated but found nothing. Dumbledore was notified as Chief Warlock. Will he make the connection? Eventually, if he hasn't already." Wednesday's expression remained calm, but Harry sensed her concern through their bond. "We need to move quickly. The gauntlet tonight, as we discussed. I've identified the optimal entry time, midnight to 1 a.m. Filch will be patrolling the East Wing, Snape brewing in the dungeons, and most importantly, Dumbledore attending an emergency Wisengamot session in London." Harry nodded. "What about Quirrell and whatever's possessing him?" "Unknown variable," Wednesday admitted. "His movements have become erratic. I suspect he's preparing his own attempt on the stone." "We could let him try first," Harry suggested. "Let him clear the path, then follow." Wednesday considered this. Potentially effective, but risky. If he obtains both halves of the stone before us, he won't know what he has, Harry pointed out. He's looking for the Philosopher's Stone, not half the Resurrection Stone. True. Wednesday's dark eyes narrowed in thought. "We'll establish surveillance on the third-floor corridor this afternoon. If Quirrell makes his move before our planned time, we'll adapt accordingly." They parted ways for morning classes, Harry heading to Transfiguration while Wednesday departed for Ancient Runes, an elective she'd convinced Professor Flitwick to allow her to audit despite being a first year. The day passed in a haze of forced normality. Harry took notes, answered questions when called upon, and participated in practical exercises while his mind rehearsed the complex sequence of movements for that night's excursion. During lunch, he received a cryptic message from Wednesday through their bond, a series of images showing Quirrell pacing outside the third-floor corridor, muttering to himself. "He's planning something for tonight," her thoughts concluded. "His anxiety levels have increased significantly since morning. Does this change our approach? Observe and assess. If he enters before midnight, we follow at a safe distance. If not, we proceed as planned." Charms class that afternoon proved unexpectedly challenging. Professor Flitwick had them practicing freezing charms, a cruelly ironic coincidence given their plans to petrify Dumbledore. Harry's first attempt went awry when his concentration slipped, sending a jet of blue light shooting past the water goblet they were meant to be freezing and striking Neville's textbook instead, which immediately frosted over and cracked down the middle. "Focus, Mr. Potter." Flitwick squeaked, repairing Neville's book with a flick of his wand. Precision is essential with temperature-altering spells. A moment's inattention can be the difference between a refreshing ice cube and a dangerous case of frostbite. "Sorry, Professor," Harry mumbled, acutely aware of how much more significant his upcoming, freezing, spell would be. After classes ended, Harry headed to the library as planned, establishing his alibi by visibly working on homework with Ron and Hermione. Wednesday was stationed 3 tables away, appearing to research independently while actually maintaining surveillance on Quirrell through a clever enchantment she devised, a modified tracking charm linked to a sketch of the castle layout that showed his position in real time. As evening fell, they separated to their respective common rooms for dinner and the customary social activities that would prevent suspicion. Harry played a game of chess with Ron, losing spectacularly, discussed Quidditch tactics with the Weasley twins, and even managed to complete his potions essay, all while counting the minutes until the castle would quiet for the night. At 11:30, Harry feigned tiredness and headed up to the dormitory. Once his roommates were asleep, he silently gathered his invisibility cloak, wand, and a small pouch containing specialized equipment Wednesday had prepared, including Peruvian instant darkness powder, a vial of basilisk venom solution to dissolve certain magical barriers, and an enchanted compass that would point toward significant magical artifacts. "Ready?" came Wednesday's mental query as he slipped from Gryffindor Tower. "On my way to the rendezvous point," he confirmed. They met on the landing of the grand staircase nearest the third-floor corridor, Wednesday materializing from the shadows like a ghost. Her black dress had been exchanged for more practical attire, dark trousers and a close-fitting sweater, with her hair braided tightly against her head. Only the twin skull pendant at her throat remained constant. "Quirrell entered 17 minutes ago," she informed him without greeting. Moving deliberately, not hastily. He disabled the alarm ward on the main door with surprising expertise. "So we're following rather than leading," Harry concluded. "Advantages? He clears obstacles ahead of us. Disadvantages, potential confrontation if we move too quickly." They proceeded toward the forbidden corridor under Harry's invisibility cloak, moving in perfect synchronization developed through months of practice. The corridor was silent and seemingly deserted, the forbidden door standing slightly ajar, evidence of Quirrell's recent passage. Wednesday produced a small crystal vial filled with silvery powder, which she blew gently toward the doorway. The powder illuminated a complex web of detection spells that Quirrell had disabled, leaving a narrow path of magical silence through which they could safely pass. "Impressive spell work," she murmured. "Not typical of the nervous professor he pretends to be." "Voldemort's influence?" Harry suggested. "Most likely. Or perhaps Quirrell himself was always more capable than he appeared." They slipped through the doorway to find the Cerberus already subdued, not by music this time, but by what appeared to be a powerful sleeping draft. The massive 3-headed dog lay sprawled across most of the room, its breathing deep and regular, a thin line of drool pooling beneath one of its massive heads. The trapdoor stood open, darkness beckoning below. "No sound from below," Wednesday observed, kneeling at the edge. "He's proceeded efficiently." She withdrew a thin silver chain from her pocket, attaching one end to a sturdy hook she conjured at the edge of the trapdoor. "More controlled than jumping blindly," she explained, testing the chain's strength. They descended swiftly, the chain unwinding silently through specialized gloves that prevented friction burns. At the bottom, they found themselves in a chamber filled with what had once been Devil's Snare, now reduced to charred remnants by what appeared to have been powerful fire magic. "Overkill," Wednesday remarked, examining the scorched plant matter. "A simple Lumos Solum would have sufficed. He's either showing off or losing control of his magic." They moved through a series of chambers, each containing evidence of Quirrell's passage. A room of flying keys with several lying broken-winged on the floor. A giant chessboard with pieces smashed violently rather than defeated through proper play. A troll even larger than the Halloween specimen, unconscious with a bloody gash across its skull. "He's becoming less subtle as he progresses," Harry noted. "More destructive." "Excitement or desperation," Wednesday agreed. "Either works to our advantage if it makes him careless." The next chamber presented a new challenge, a wall of black flames blocking the forward path and purple flames sealing the way back. A table bearing several potions bottles and a roll of parchment stood in the center. Wednesday examined the parchment, which contained a logic puzzle regarding which potion would allow safe passage through the flames. Clever, she acknowledged. A barrier requiring intellect rather than magical power. She studied the arrangement of bottles, lips moving silently as she worked through the riddle. Third from the left allows forward movement. But she lifted the bottle, finding it empty. Quirrell has already consumed it. Can we brew more? Harry asked, eyeing the flames dubiously. Unnecessary. Wednesday withdrew a small leather pouch from her belt. I anticipated magical barriers requiring specific countermeasures. From the pouch, she produced 2 vials of iridescent blue liquid. Essence of Frost Salamander. Temporarily renders the consumer immune to most magical fires. They each drank a vial, the potion creating the peculiar sensation of ice flowing through their veins. Wednesday stepped confidently through the black flames first, Harry following a moment later. The fire parted around them like water, causing no harm despite its fearsome appearance. Beyond lay a large circular chamber dominated by an ornate mirror standing in its center. The Mirror of Erist, Harry recognized from Wednesday's research, a powerful magical artifact that showed the viewer's deepest desire. According to their information, Dumbledore had modified it to conceal and protect the Philosopher's Stone, actually the second half of the Resurrection Stone. Professor Quirrell stood before the mirror, his back to them, turban slightly askew as he gestured frantically at the reflective surface. I see it, Master. I'm holding it. But how do I retrieve it? He exclaimed, his customary stutter entirely absent. An unnatural voice answered, high and cold, emanating not from Quirrell's mouth but from somewhere beneath the turban. Use the boy. I know he's here. Harry and Wednesday froze beneath the invisibility cloak. How could Voldemort sense their presence? Had they triggered some detection spell? Quirrell whirled around, eyes scanning the apparently empty chamber. Come out, Potter. I know you've been following me. The Dark Lord senses your connection. Harry felt his scar begin to throb painfully, a reaction to Voldemort's proximity he'd experienced several times before. Wednesday gripped his arm, her mind touching his through their bond. He senses you specifically, not both of us. The connection through your scar. What do we do? Use it. Distract him while I work on the mirror. Before Harry could protest, Wednesday slipped out from under the cloak, keeping to the shadows at the chamber's edge while Quirrell remained focused in Harry's direction. I know you're here, boy, Quirrell called again, voice hardening. Your scar gives you away. The connection cannot be hidden. With Wednesday safely clear, Harry removed the cloak and stepped forward, keeping his expression neutral despite the increasing pain in his forehead. Professor Quirrell, he acknowledged calmly. Or should I say, Professor Quirrell and Lord Voldemort. Quirrell's face contorted with rage at Harry's casual use of the name. You dare speak his name? You, whose very existence has been nothing but a thorn in his side. If he's got something to say to me, why doesn't he say it himself? Harry challenged, deliberately drawing Quirrell's attention away from the mirror where Wednesday was now moving silently into position. Or is he too weak to face me directly? Insolent child. Quirrell snarled. The Dark Lord is beyond your comprehension. Let me speak to him. The cold voice interrupted. Face to face. Master, you are not strong enough. I have strength enough, for this. Harry watched with morbid fascination as Quirrell began unwinding his turban. Behind him, Wednesday had reached the mirror and was examining it with methodical precision, her movements masked by Harry's confrontation with their defense professor. As the final loop of fabric fell away, Quirrell turned slowly, revealing the most terrible sight Harry had yet encountered, a face protruding from the back of Quirrell's head. Chalk white with glaring red eyes and slits for nostrils, the face of Voldemort stared at Harry with undisguised hatred. Harry Potter. The face whispered. See what I have become. Mere shadow and vapor, forced to share another's body. But there have always been those willing to let me into their hearts and minds. Unicorn blood has strengthened me these past weeks, and once I have the elixir of life from the stone, I will be able to create a body of my own. Harry forced himself to maintain eye contact despite the excruciating pain in his scar, knowing that every moment Voldemort focused on him gave Wednesday more time with the mirror. "It won't work," Harry said, feigning confidence. "Dumbledore will have made sure you can't get the stone." Voldemort's lipless mouth curved in a terrible smile. "Dumbledore, always Dumbledore. But he is not here now, is he? And you could be useful to me, Harry Potter. I see the darkness growing in you, the power you're beginning to explore." Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the frost salamander potion. Could Voldemort somehow sense the necromancy he'd been practicing? Through their bond, he felt Wednesday's alarm at this possibility. "I don't know what you're talking about," Harry denied. "Don't lie to Lord Voldemort. He knows. He always knows." The red eyes narrowed. "Join me, Harry. Join me and I will share secrets of magic Dumbledore would never teach you. Together we could accomplish greatness." Through his peripheral vision, Harry saw Wednesday extracting something from the mirror, her hand passing through the surface as if it were water rather than glass. She'd figured out the enchantment while Voldemort was monologuing. "I'll never join you," Harry declared, buying the final moments she needed. "You killed my parents." Voldemort's face twisted with rage. "Sentiment. How disappointing. Quirrell, seize him." Quirrell spun around, lunging toward Harry with inhuman speed. But as his hands closed around Harry's throat, something extraordinary happened. Quirrell's skin blistered and burned where it contacted Harry's, causing him to release his grip with a howl of agony. "Master! I cannot touch him!" Quirrell screamed, staring at his smoking, blistering hands. "Then kill him, fool!" Voldemort shrieked. As Quirrell raised his wand, Wednesday emerged from behind the mirror, her own wand extended. "Ossificus Tempus," she incanted, her voice cold and precise. A jet of grey light struck Quirrell in the chest. He froze mid-gesture, his body stiffening as the spell took effect, not full petrification, but a temporary bone-locking jinx that immobilized him completely. "Harry, now!" Wednesday called, tossing a small object toward him. He caught it reflexively, a black stone identical to the one they'd retrieved from Godric's Hollow, though this one felt colder, heavier somehow. As soon as it touched his palm, his scar exploded with pain more intense than anything he'd experienced before. Voldemort's face contorted with fury. "No! The stone is mine!" Wednesday grabbed Harry's arm, already withdrawing the emergency port key from her pocket. Tempus Fugit, she activated it as Quirrell's body began to twitch and convulse, fighting against her temporary binding spell. The familiar hook-behind navel sensation jerked them away just as Quirrell broke free, Voldemort's inhuman scream of rage echoing in their ears as they spiraled through space toward their preset destination, the Chamber of Secrets, the one place in Hogwarts they were certain no one else could access. They landed hard on the damp stone floor of Slytherin's ancient sanctuary, both gasping for breath. The chamber was exactly as they'd left it after their basilisk encounter, the massive serpent apparently still slumbering within the statue of its master. That, Harry panted, was too close. Wednesday was already examining the stone fragment they'd retrieved, comparing it to the one from Godric's Hollow which she removed from a protective pouch at her waist. They're identical in appearance, but the magical signatures are complementary rather than matching. Harry sat up, wincing as his scar continued to throb. Voldemort knew about the necromancy. He could sense it somehow. "Not surprising," Wednesday replied, seemingly unperturbed by this development. "His own existence currently straddles the boundary between life and death. It gives him heightened perception of similar magics. Will he tell Dumbledore?" Wednesday gave him a look that questioned his intelligence. "The disembodied Dark Lord reporting our extracurricular activities to his greatest enemy? Unlikely. Right. Stupid question. Harry rubbed his forehead. But Quirrell will report that we took the stone. Dumbledore will know by morning. Which is why we must complete the ritual tonight, not tomorrow as planned. Wednesday was already unpacking her supplies, laying out components with methodical precision. The confluence of events actually works in our favor. Dumbledore will return from the Wizengamot to find Quirrell exposed and the stone missing. His immediate concern will be Voldemort, not us. Until he realizes what we've done with the stone. By then, it will be too late. Wednesday held the two halves of the resurrection stone together, studying how they aligned. We need to merge these fragments before proceeding with the petrification ritual. She placed the stone halves in a small silver bowl engraved with necromantic symbols. From her supplies, she extracted a vial of basilisk venom, the unicorn hair they'd collected, the phoenix ash from Fawkes, and the grave dust from the castle's oldest burial. The ritual components we gathered for petrification can serve a dual purpose, she explained. First to reunite the resurrection stone, then to power our working against Dumbledore. Harry watched as she combined the ingredients with practiced precision, adding 3 drops of her own blood and then gesturing for Harry to contribute the same. Their blood sizzled as it contacted the mixture, releasing a thin wisp of silver smoke. Now we speak the binding incantation together, she instructed, holding out a piece of parchment covered in that strange not quite Latin of necromantic rituals. They recited the words in perfect unison, their twin bond allowing them to match cadence and inflection exactly. The silver smoke intensified, swirling around the bowl and the stone fragments within. A high, clear note rang through the chamber, like crystal struck by silver, and when the smoke cleared, a single stone remained where 2 halves had been. The resurrection stone, Wednesday said softly, lifting the reunited hallow with reverent care. Whole once more. Harry felt a strange vibration emanating from the stone, as if it resonated with something deep within him. What now? Now we prepare the petrification ritual. Wednesday secured the resurrection stone in a special pouch lined with protective sigils. It must be performed at the junction point of 7 ley lines beneath the castle, the foundation chamber where we communed with the castle's spirit. They gathered their materials and made their way through the Chamber of Secrets exit passages, eventually reconnecting to the hidden tunnels that networked beneath Hogwarts proper. Though it was well past midnight, they moved with increased caution, aware that Quirrell's encounter with Voldemort and their theft of the stone would have triggered wards and possibly awakened staff members. Dumbledore? Harry queried through their bond as they navigated a particularly narrow passage. Still in London according to my tracking charm, Wednesday replied. But returning soon. The Wizengamot session ended 20 minutes ago. They reached the foundation chamber without incident, finding it exactly as they had left it after their portal ritual. Wednesday immediately began preparations, drawing an elaborate ritual circle using a mixture of grave dust, powdered moonstone, and basilisk venom. The design was hypnotic in its complexity, concentric rings of symbols intersected by 7 lines converging at the central point where the castle's foundation stone lay. The ritual requires precise positioning, she explained as she worked. You'll stand here, she indicated a point on the western side of the circle, representing the setting sun, ending, closure. I'll stand opposite, representing the rising sun, beginning, transformation. Will Dumbledore know what's happening to him? Harry asked, the reality of what they were about to do suddenly concrete in his mind. He'll feel the initial binding, Wednesday replied matter-of-factly. A sensation of cooling, hardening. Then awareness without movement, consciousness trapped in stone. Forever. Wednesday paused in her preparations. Until the counter-ritual is performed. Which only we will know how to do. And we'd reverse it if, what? If Voldemort becomes too powerful without Dumbledore to oppose him? Precisely. She resumed her methodical work. We're not executing Dumbledore, merely removing him from the board temporarily. A strategic neutralization. Harry helped place candles at specific points around the ritual circle, black candles infused with phoenix ash that would burn with cold blue flames when lit. As he worked, he found himself questioning their plan for the first time since its conception. "He really believes I'm meant to defeat Voldemort," Harry said softly. "That the prophecy marks me for that destiny." "Self-fulfilling prophecies are the most dangerous kind," Wednesday replied without looking up from her preparations. "Dumbledore's belief doesn't make it true. Besides, his method would sacrifice you in the process." "I know." Harry placed the final candle. I wonder sometimes if there's another way. If we could have confronted him directly, explained what we know." Wednesday straightened, fixing him with her intense dark gaze. "Dumbledore has spent decades cultivating his image as the benevolent guardian of wizardkind. He would never acknowledge his manipulation of a child as morally questionable, let alone wrong. His concept of the greater good absolves him of all ethical constraints in his own mind." She stepped closer, placing a hand on his shoulder, a rare physical gesture from his typically touch-averse sister. "Remember what our parents told us. He separated us deliberately to weaken our bond. He left you with abusive muggles for 10 years to ensure you be malleable, grateful for rescue. These are not the actions of someone open to negotiation." Harry nodded, his momentary doubt receding. "You're right. We finish what we started." "Good." Wednesday returned to the ritual circle, making final adjustments. "The preparations are complete. Now we attune the stone to Dumbledore's magical signature." She placed the resurrection stone in the center of the circle, directly above the foundation stone. Around it, she arranged the remaining ritual components, the unicorn hair in a perfect circle, the last of their basilisk venom in a silver dish, and a parchment on which she had written Dumbledore's full name using a quill dipped in a mixture of grave dust and phoenix ash. "We need something personally connected to him," she said. "Hair, nail clippings, blood, anything carrying his magical essence." Harry frowned. "We don't have anything like that." "We do." Wednesday reached into her pocket and withdrew a small glass vial containing what appeared to be a single long, silver hair. "From his office, when we collected the phoenix ash. I took the opportunity to gather this from his hairbrush." She placed the hair crossing Dumbledore's written name, forming a physical nominal link that would target their magic specifically to him. "Now we begin." Wednesday took her position opposite Harry, the ritual circle between them. "Light your candles, starting from the northernmost point, moving diasil." Harry followed her instructions, touching his wand to each black candle in turn, watching as they ignited with the promised cold blue flame. As the final candle lit, a subtle change came over the chamber, the air growing heavier, sounds becoming muffled as if the ritual space were being isolated from the normal flow of reality. "The invocation must be spoken in perfect unison," Wednesday instructed. "Focus on our bond, feel my cadence, match it exactly." They raised their wands, pointing them toward the center of the circle where the resurrection stone now glowed with an inner light, responding to the magical energies beginning to swirl around it. "By grave and bone, by venom and flame," they began, their voices perfectly synchronized through their twin connection. "We call upon the ancient powers of transformation. As above, so below. As within, so without. Let flesh become stone, let time stand still." The ritual components began to react, the unicorn hair glowing silver, the basilisk venom bubbling without heat, the parchment with Dumbledore's name smoldering at the edges though no flame touched it. "Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore," they intoned, the power in the names themselves palpable as they vibrated through the chamber. "We bind thy form to unchanging stone. We fix thy essence in ageless matter. Neither living nor dead, but suspended between." The resurrection stone rose several inches above the ground, spinning slowly as it absorbed the magical energies being channeled through it. Its rotation accelerated as they continued the ritual, beginning to emit pulses of dark energy that expanded outward like ripples in a pond. "By our will and by our right as those whom you wronged," their voices grew stronger, the chamber itself seeming to resonate with their words. "By the power of twin bonds sundered and restored. By the authority of death whose stone we command. Be as stone until we decree otherwise." The final words triggered a surge of power that momentarily overwhelmed Harry's senses. The resurrection stone flashed blindingly bright, then emitted a wave of magic so potent it extinguished the ritual candles and knocked both twins backward against the chamber walls. For several moments, neither moved, the chamber eerily silent after the intense magical discharge. Gradually, Harry pushed himself to his feet, head spinning from the backlash of power. "Did it work?" he asked, voice hoarse. Wednesday was already examining the ritual circle, where the components had been transformed. The unicorn hair had turned to fine silver wire, the basilisk venom crystallized into emerald shards, and Dumbledore's hair and name paper fused into what appeared to be a tiny, perfect stone figure of the headmaster. The sympathetic focus manifested, she observed, lifting the small stone figurine. "That suggests successful targeting. But did the full petrification occur?" Harry pressed. "Is Dumbledore actually stone now?" Wednesday closed her eyes, extending her necromantic senses. "I detect a major transmutation event at the castle's highest point, Dumbledore's office. The magic has found its target." "We need to verify," Harry insisted. "See for ourselves." "Dangerous," Wednesday cautioned. "The castle will be in chaos by morning when he's discovered. We need established alibis before then." "Dawn's still hours away," Harry pointed out. "We can check quickly under the invisibility cloak, then return to our dormitories before anyone notices our absence." After a moment's consideration, Wednesday nodded. "A prudent confirmation. The resurrection stone remains here, hidden in the foundation chamber where no one else can access it." She placed the stone in a small iron box inscribed with protective runes, then concealed it beneath a flagstone near the chamber's eastern wall. The tiny stone figure of Dumbledore she wrapped carefully in black silk and tucked into an inner pocket of her robes. "The counter-ritual will require this sympathetic focus," she explained. "I'll keep it secure." They left the foundation chamber, navigating the darkened castle with increased caution. News of Quirrell's confrontation with Harry might already be spreading among the staff, making nighttime patrols more vigilant than usual. As they approached the corridor leading to Dumbledore's office, they heard urgent voices and saw light spilling from the partly open entrance to the spiral staircase. Wednesday pulled Harry into an alcove behind a suit of armor as Professor McGonagall hurried past, her face pale with worry. No response from his quarters, they overheard her saying to Professor Flitwick who hurried alongside her. "And after what Severus found in the third-floor corridor, Quirrell truly possessed by you-know-who," Flitwick's squeaky voice shook with emotion. "It's unthinkable. And the Potter twins involved somehow. Albus must be consulted immediately." Their footsteps and voices faded as they rounded the corner. Harry and Wednesday exchanged glances. "Snape must have gone to the third floor after we left," Harry whispered. "Found Quirrell recovering from our encounter. And reported the situation," Wednesday continued the thought. "They're seeking Dumbledore, but finding him, indisposed." "We should see for ourselves," Harry insisted. They approached the gargoyle guarding the headmaster's staircase cautiously. It stood aside, the entrance already open from McGonagall and Flitwick's recent passage. They ascended silently under the invisibility cloak, emerging into Dumbledore's office to find a small gathering of staff members in various states of distress. Professor Sprout was dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief. Snape stood rigid by the window, his expression unreadable. McGonagall and Flitwick had joined them, all staring at the area behind Dumbledore's desk where the headmaster himself stood. Or rather, where a perfect statue of Albus Dumbledore stood. The petrification had caught him in mid-motion, one hand slightly raised as if about to cast a spell, his expression one of dawning comprehension. Every detail was preserved, the half-moon spectacles perched on his crooked nose, the intricate embroidery of his robes, even the twinkle in his eyes, now rendered in stone. "It's unlike any petrification I've ever seen," Professor Sprout was saying tremulously. "Not basilisk-induced, nor a standard Petrificus totalis. It's as if he's been completely transformed into stone, down to the cellular level." "Dark magic," Snape stated flatly. Extremely powerful dark magic. But who could possibly? McGonagall began, then stopped, her face whitening further. Quirrell. You know who. The timing correlates, Snape acknowledged. Though this level of transfiguration exceeds what I would expect from the Dark Lord in his current, diminished state. We must contact the Ministry immediately, Flitwick squeaked. And St. Mungo's. Perhaps they're specialists, the Ministry is compromised, Snape cut him off. We have no way of knowing who remains loyal. NST. Mungo's has no expertise in magic this advanced. For now, this information must remain within Hogwarts. But Severus, the school needs its headmaster. Professor Sprout protested. And the students need protection, McGonagall added, straightening with newfound resolve. As deputy headmistress, I will assume temporary leadership. Our priority must be securing the castle and ensuring no student comes to harm while we determine how to restore Albus. Harry and Wednesday had seen enough. They retreated silently down the spiral staircase and through the corridors, not speaking even through their bond until they had put significant distance between themselves and the staff's impromptu council. It worked perfectly. Wednesday's thoughts finally came, tinged with satisfaction. Complete petrification, exactly as designed. They have no idea how to reverse it, Harry added. And they won't connect it to us immediately, they're focused on Quirrell and Voldemort. As planned. Though Snape's suspicion may eventually turn in our direction if we're not careful. They separated at the grand staircase, each returning to their respective dormitories to establish alibis before the news broke to the wider school. As Harry crept back into Gryffindor Tower, he felt a strange mixture of triumph and unease. They had accomplished something remarkable, neutralizing one of the most powerful wizards in Britain through magic most adult practitioners couldn't even comprehend. Yet the reality of Dumbledore transformed to stone, aware but immobile, conscious but helpless, created a heaviness in his chest he hadn't anticipated. The man had manipulated him, yes. Had planned to sacrifice him for the greater good. But seeing him reduced to a statue, watching the genuine grief and fear on his colleagues' faces. It was necessary. Wednesday's thoughts reached him, sensing his disquiet across their bond. Remember what he did to us. What he planned to do to you. I know, Harry replied, slipping into his bed and drawing the curtains. I don't regret our actions. Just, contemplating the consequences. The consequences are that you're now free to choose your own destiny, Wednesday responded with uncharacteristic gentleness. No prophecy, no manipulated heroics, no self-sacrifice. Just us, together, as we were meant to be. Harry touched the skull pendant at his throat, drawing comfort from its connection to his sister and their shared purpose. Together, he agreed, pushing aside his lingering doubts. As he drifted toward sleep, exhausted from the night's magical exertions, he couldn't shake the image of Dumbledore's stone face, caught in that moment of realization, understanding coming just seconds too late to prevent his fate. Morning brought chaos to Hogwarts. Harry awoke to the sound of urgent voices in the Gryffindor common room, students gathering in confused clusters as prefects attempted to maintain order. He dressed quickly and joined the commotion, feigning ignorance when Ron grabbed his arm. Harry! Have you heard? Dumbledore's been attacked. McGonagall just told the prefects, someone turned him to stone. Stone. Harry repeated, injecting appropriate shock into his voice. How is that possible? No one knows. Ron looked equal parts terrified and excited by the dramatic development. Percy says the teachers found him in his office last night. And that's not all, apparently Professor Quirrell was working for you-know-who. He tried to steal something from the third-floor corridor. Hermione appeared beside them, her face pale with worry. It has to be connected, doesn't it? Quirrell attacks, Dumbledore gets petrified. Harry, you look exhausted. Are you alright? Just didn't sleep well, Harry deflected. Bad dreams. Not surprising with all this happening, Ron said sympathetically. McGonagall's called an all-school assembly in the Great Hall. They're about to make some announcement. The entire student body gathered in the great hall, house tables forgotten as everyone clustered together, sharing theories and expressing fears. Harry spotted Wednesday across the room, standing slightly apart from the Ravenclaws, her expression one of mild interest rather than the panic surrounding her. Maintaining appropriate emotional reactions? She inquired through their bond. Trying to, Harry confirmed. The news is spreading fast. They're connecting Quirrell to Voldemort, but no one's mentioning us yet. Optimal outcome so far. McGonagall will address the school momentarily. She plans to send students home early for Christmas holidays while the staff investigates. How do you know that? I overheard her discussion with Flitwick outside the Ravenclaw common room. Benefits of being constantly overlooked, people speak freely around me. Professor McGonagall appeared at the staff table, which was notably missing several members. She raised her hands for silence, and the hall gradually quieted, all eyes turning toward her with expectant fear. Students of Hogwarts, she began, her Scottish brogue more pronounced than usual, betraying her stress. I must inform you of serious events that occurred last night. Professor Dumbledore has been incapacitated by powerful magic. He is unharmed but currently transformed to stone through means we are still investigating. Gasps and frightened murmurs swept through the hall. McGonagall raised her hand again for silence. Additionally, Professor Quirrell has been revealed as an agent of dark forces and has fled the castle. These matters are obviously of grave concern, but I assure you that Hogwarts remains secure. The remaining staff and I are implementing additional protective measures, and the Ministry has been notified. She straightened, projecting authority despite the obvious strain in her expression. As a precautionary measure, we have decided to begin the Christmas holidays effective immediately. The Hogwarts Express will depart tomorrow morning to return all students home. Classes will resume in January, by which time we hope to have resolved the current situation. The announcement triggered an immediate uproar, students exclaiming, questioning, some even crying at this unprecedented disruption. Harry maintained his concerned expression while internally calculating how this development affected their plans. Early holidays complicates matters, Wednesday observed. We'll need to adjust our approach. Return to Hestia's cottage until term resumes. What about the resurrection stone? We can't leave it here. We'll retrieve it tonight before departure. The Foundation chamber remains secure. McGonagall was still speaking, providing instructions for the accelerated departure and attempting to calm the more panicked students. Harry noticed Snape watching the crowd with narrowed eyes, his gaze occasionally sweeping over Harry and then seeking out Wednesday among the Ravenclaws. Snape's suspicious, Harry warned. Expected. But he lacks evidence, and current events provide excellent cover. By the time anyone thinks to question us specifically, we'll be safely away from Hogwarts. The assembly concluded with students being sent back to their dormitories to pack under prefect supervision. As Harry moved with the Gryffindor crowd, Hermione caught up to him, her expression troubled. Harry, have you seen your sister yet today? She didn't seem upset at all about Dumbledore. Harry tensed internally while maintaining a casual exterior. Wednesday doesn't show emotion like most people. She's probably worried too, just in her own way. I suppose, Hermione conceded, though she looked unconvinced. It's just. I've been reading about petrification after that book you two were studying in the library. It's incredibly advanced magic, the kind that requires very specific components and extensive ritual preparation. Hardly something Professor Quirrell could manage while supposedly being possessed. Harry felt a chill at how quickly Hermione had begun connecting dots. Maybe Voldemort helped him. If he was really possessing Quirrell like they're saying, he'd know all sorts of dark magic. Maybe, Hermione echoed, her analytical mind clearly still working through possibilities. But then why petrify Dumbledore instead of just killing him? It seems so specific. Almost personal. You should tell Professor McGonagall your theories, Harry suggested, deliberately redirecting. She might find your research helpful. I might, Hermione said thoughtfully. Though with everyone packing and leaving tomorrow, it's hard to get a professor's attention. They reached the common room, where chaos reigned as students hunted for missing possessions and debated the dramatic turn of events. Harry used the confusion to slip away, ostensibly to begin his own packing, but actually to plan for that night's final task, retrieving the resurrection stone before leaving Hogwarts. In his dormitory, he found an unexpected visitor. Wednesday had somehow bypassed Gryffindor Tower's security and was waiting beside his bed, causing Neville to nearly faint when he entered and spotted her. "Your sister's here," Neville stammered unnecessarily before beating a hasty retreat. "How did you get in?" Harry asked once they were alone. "The castle has many secrets," Wednesday replied enigmatically. "More pressing matters require our attention. Hermione Granger is becoming problematic. She's connecting petrification to our research in the library. As I anticipated. She possesses uncomfortable levels of insight." Wednesday sat on Harry's trunk, hands folded neatly in her lap. "I've taken precautionary measures. A memory fogging charm applied to specific books she's likely to reference. Not enough to raise suspicion, just sufficient to blur certain connections." "Isn't that dangerous?" Harry asked, concerned. "Memory charms on another student? Less dangerous than the alternative," Wednesday pointed out pragmatically. "Besides, it's temporary. The charm dissolves after 72 hours. By then we'll be far from Hogwarts." Harry began gathering his belongings, mind racing through contingencies. "What about the stone? When do we retrieve it?" "After midnight. Security will be focused on external threats, not internal movement. The Foundation chamber remains accessible through passages unknown to the staff." "And then what?" Harry asked, folding robes into his trunk. "We just go home for Christmas like normal students while Dumbledore stands frozen in his office?" "Precisely." Wednesday's expression remained perfectly serene. "We've accomplished our primary objective. Now we observe the consequences from a safe distance, allowing events to unfold naturally." "And Voldemort? He's still out there, potentially growing stronger. Without Quirrell as a host, he's temporarily weakened. And without Dumbledore opposing him, the Ministry will be forced to take a more proactive stance rather than relying on a single powerful wizard to counter the threat." Wednesday stood, moving toward the door. The wizarding world's dependency on Dumbledore was always unhealthy. Perhaps now they'll develop more robust systems of defense. Her logic, as always, was impeccable, yet Harry found himself troubled by unanticipated complications. "What about our classmates? Ron, Hermione, Neville. They're scared." Wednesday paused, studying him with her penetrating gaze. "Their fear is transient and ultimately irrelevant to our purpose. Though," she added, noting his expression, "I understand your concern for their emotional well-being. A commendable if unnecessary sentiment." "It's not unnecessary," Harry insisted. "These are people who trust us, who've been kind to us. Using them as cover is one thing, but seeing them terrified because of our actions. Would you prefer they knew the truth?" Wednesday asked, her tone genuinely curious rather than confrontational. "That their hero Dumbledore planned to sacrifice you for his conceptualization of the greater good? That we performed advanced necromancy to prevent it?" "No, of course not." Harry sighed. I didn't anticipate how it would feel afterward. Emotional consequences are often the most difficult to predict," Wednesday acknowledged with unusual empathy. "Remember, brother, we did what was necessary. The discomfort you feel now is the price of autonomy." She slipped from the dormitory as silently as she'd arrived, leaving Harry to complete his packing and maintain his performance as a normal, frightened student preparing for an unexpected holiday. Throughout the day, he participated in the concerned conversations, the wild speculation, the tearful goodbyes of students who feared they might not return to a safe Hogwarts. All while knowing that he and Wednesday had orchestrated the very crisis that prompted such reactions. Night fell over Hogwarts for the final time before the mass exodus of students. Security had indeed been tightened, prefects patrolled the corridors in pairs, ghosts drifted through walls with unusual vigilance, and even the portraits seemed to watch passing students with heightened attention. None of these measures proved effective against the Potter twins' necromantic methods. Harry used his invisibility cloak to reach their designated meeting point, while Wednesday employed a variation of the disillusionment charm augmented with a perception-diverting enchantment she developed. "The castle is uneasy," she observed when they convened in an abandoned classroom on the second floor. "The ambient magic fluctuates. Dumbledore's petrification has disrupted more than just administrative function." "Is that a problem for retrieving the stone?" "No, merely an observation. The Foundation Chamber exists partially outside Hogwarts' normal magical architecture. It remains accessible." They made their way through the castle using the less-traveled passages Wednesday had mapped during her nighttime explorations. Twice they had to divert their route to avoid patrolling teachers, Snape moving with predatory alertness, and Professor Sprout accompanying Madame Pomfrey to Dumbledore's office with what appeared to be diagnostic equipment. "They're testing various countermeasures," Wednesday noted as they passed beneath the office via a narrow maintenance tunnel. "Restorative drafts, counter-jinxes, even attempting to transfigure the stone back to flesh. All futile without understanding the original ritual." "Which only we know," Harry confirmed, feeling that strange mixture of pride and unease that had characterized the day. They reached the Foundation Chamber without further incident, finding it undisturbed since their ritual the previous night. The flagstone Wednesday had loosened concealed the iron box containing the resurrection stone exactly as they had left it. "No one has been here," she confirmed, retrieving the box. "The castle protects its oldest secrets, even from those who believe they know all its mysteries." Harry watched as she opened the box, revealing the resurrection stone nestled within. Even after being used for their petrification ritual, it radiated power, a subtle vibration that resonated with their necromantic senses. "What do we do with it now?" he asked. "It's too dangerous to leave here, but equally dangerous to carry with us." "We divide its power," Wednesday replied, withdrawing a silver knife from her robes. "Not physically splitting it again, that would require magic beyond our current capabilities. But we can create linked receptacles that distribute its energy, making it less detectable." She produced two small pendants identical to the skull amulets they already wore, perfect replicas crafted of silver and emerald. With practiced precision, she nicked her finger with the knife, allowing 3 drops of blood to fall on the resurrection stone. She gestured for Harry to do the same. "Our blood, freely given, establishes ownership," she explained. "The hallow recognizes us as its masters through right of conquest and magical inheritance." When their blood mingled on the stone's surface, Wednesday began an incantation in that strange necromantic language, her voice resonating in the chamber with power that belied her youth. The stone responded, emitting a soft glow that intensified as she continued, culminating in a flash of darkness, not light, but the absence of it, a momentary void that made Harry's eyes water. When his vision cleared, the stone appeared unchanged, but the duplicate skull pendants now glowed with the same inner energy as the hallow itself. "Receptacles," Wednesday explained, handing one to Harry. "Each contains a fraction of the stone's power, enough to maintain our connection to it without carrying the full artifact." "And the stone itself?" "Remains here, but transformed." She returned the resurrection stone to its iron box. "It now exists partially in our pendants, partially in this physical form, and partially in a state between dimensions. Anyone seeking it magically will find only echoes, fragments of its signature scattered across multiple planes of existence." Harry accepted the second skull pendant, feeling its weight, heavier than its size suggested, pulsing with subtle power against his palm. "So we wear both pendants now? The original from Mother and this one?" "The originals conceal and protect," Wednesday confirmed. "These new ones connect and empower. Together, they form a complete magical circuit." She fastened the new pendant around her neck, the twin skulls, one silver, one emerald-eyed, nestling against her collarbone like watchful guardians. Harry did the same, immediately feeling a strengthening of their bond, the connection between them sharpening to unprecedented clarity. Can you feel the difference? Wednesday's thoughts came, more vivid than ever before. It's like you're standing right beside me, even in my mind, Harry replied, marveling at the enhanced connection. Distance will no longer diminish our bond, she explained. The stone's power ensures that. Even when physically separated, we remain united through its influence. They concealed the iron box containing the transformed resurrection stone beneath the foundation chamber's central stone, Wednesday adding several protective enchantments that would render it invisible to all magical detection. No one will find it unless they know exactly where to look and possess the specific countermeasures to our wards, she assured him. And even if found, it's now merely a shell of its former power. Their task complete, they made their way back through the castle, both feeling a sense of completion. In the span of a few months, they had identified Dumbledore's manipulation, gathered rare ritual components, retrieved both halves of the resurrection stone, and successfully petrified one of the most powerful wizards in Britain. All while maintaining their cover as ordinary first-year students. We should be proud, Harry said softly as they approached the point where they would separate. What we've accomplished is extraordinary. It is merely the beginning, Wednesday replied, though a hint of satisfaction colored her typically emotionless tone. We've removed one obstacle to our development. Others will arise. Voldemort. Eventually, yes. Though his current weakened state gives us time to prepare. She glanced toward the windows where dawn was beginning to lighten the eastern sky. For now, we return to our dormitories, pack our remaining belongings, and board the Hogwarts Express like any other students. The next phase of our work begins at Hestia's cottage. They parted ways, each returning to their respective houses. As Harry crept back into Gryffindor Tower, he found the common room unusually occupied. Ron was sitting alone by the dying fire, staring into the embers with an uncharacteristically serious expression. Ron. Harry called softly, removing his invisibility cloak. What are you doing up so early? Ron started, then relaxed when he recognized Harry. Could ask you the same thing, mate. Bit early for a walk. Couldn't sleep, Harry offered the prepared excuse. Too much happening. Needed to clear my head. Ron nodded, accepting this without question. Same here. Keep thinking about Dumbledore being, turned to stone. And Quirrell working for you-know-who all along. Right under our noses. It's scary, Harry agreed, settling into the armchair opposite his friend. I never suspected Quirrell. That's just it, Ron said, leaning forward. No one did. Except maybe Snape. And now everyone's going home, and who knows what's happening when we get back. If we get back. Dad works at the ministry, he says things are bad out there. People disappearing again, like during the war. Harry felt a twinge of guilt at Ron's obvious fear. Hogwarts is still the safest place in Britain. McGonagall will figure out how to help Dumbledore. Hope so. Ron rubbed his eyes tiredly. Listen, Harry, would you like to come to the Burrow for Christmas? Instead of going back to your aunt and uncle's. Mum already said it's fine. Your sister too, if she wants. The invitation caught Harry by surprise, a genuine gesture of friendship when his mind had been so focused on manipulation and magical power plays. That's really nice of you, Ron. But I'm actually staying with my guardian, Hestia. She's expecting us. Oh, right. Ron looked disappointed but nodded understanding. Maybe another time then. Definitely, Harry agreed, feeling that strange mixture of warmth and discomfort that characterized so many of his normal interactions lately. And thanks. It means a lot that you asked. They sat in companionable silence for a while longer, watching the sunrise through the tower windows. Harry found himself wondering what life might have been like if Wednesday had never found him, if he'd grown up continuing to believe he was just Harry, the unwanted nephew, then becoming just Harry, the boy who lived. Would he have accepted Dumbledore's guidance without question? Walked willingly toward whatever sacrifice the old wizard deemed necessary for the greater good? The thought was both disturbing and oddly compelling, a simpler path, perhaps. Less morally complex than their current course. But as the sun finally crested the horizon, bathing Gryffindor Tower in golden light, Harry touched the twin pendants at his throat and felt the connection to his sister pulsing with steady, unwavering strength. Whatever complications and consequences lay ahead, they would face them together, as they were always meant to be. Ready for departure. Wednesday's thoughts reached him, cleared despite the physical distance between them. Ready, Harry confirmed. Heading back to Hestia's for Christmas. Then whatever comes next. Indeed, came her reply, tinged with satisfaction. The next chapter begins, brother. And this time, we're writing it ourselves. Chapter 5, Stone and Bone. The night of a rare celestial alignment arrives. The twins enact their plan to confront Dumbledore, only to discover he's gone after the Philosopher's Stone. They follow, encountering the same obstacles from canon but overcoming them differently using necromantic magic. They reach the Mirror of Eris chamber where they find Dumbledore confronting Quirrell/Voldemort. In the chaos, they perform the petrification ritual, freezing Dumbledore in a death-like state. In the aftermath, they make a temporary truce with Voldemort based on mutual interests, setting up potential future conflicts and alliances. The school year ends with the wizarding world in shock over Dumbledore's condition, and the twins planning their next steps from the shadows. This outline sets up an interesting premise where Harry and Wednesday are twins with complementary abilities, and Harry is drawn to the dark arts not out of evil but out of a desire for family connection and self-protection. The story maintains some canonical elements while dramatically altering others, creating a new and intriguing narrative path. I'll wait for the human to prompt me to write Chapter 1 before proceeding with the actual writing. The Dark Twin story outline. This dark reimagining blends the Harry Potter universe with elements from the Addams family, creating a tale where Harry Potter discovers he has a twin sister with Wednesday Addams' sensibilities and affinity for death magic. Plot summary. When Voldemort attacked Godric's Hollow, both Potter twins survived, Harry with his lightning scar and Wednesday with an awakened connection to necromantic powers. Separated at birth, Harry was sent to the Dursleys while Wednesday was spirited away by practitioners of ancient death magic. Their reunion at age 11 sparks a dangerous journey as they uncover Dumbledore's manipulations and plans to use Harry as a sacrifice in the war against Voldemort. Together, they master forbidden necromancy and execute a plan to petrify Dumbledore before he can implement his schemes. Core themes: family bonds transcending separation and destiny, the moral complexity of dark magic manipulation versus autonomy, twin duality, light and shadow in balance, coming of age while challenging established authority, character arcs. Harry Potter transforms from an abused, passive boy into a confident practitioner of necromancy who questions everything he's told about the wizarding world's moral boundaries. Wednesday Potter, macabre and calculating, she's fiercely protective of her newly found brother. Her challenge is balancing ruthlessness with compassion as she guides Harry into forbidden magic. Albus Dumbledore, revealed as a well-intentioned extremist whose greater good philosophy has led him to view Harry as an acceptable sacrifice. Supporting cast includes reimagined versions of familiar characters like Hermione, reluctant researcher into dark magic, Ron, struggling with his friend's dark turn, Snape, who recognizes the twins' unusual talents, and Quirrell/Voldemort, who sees potential allies rather than enemies. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.